Vim and vigor.
Vim and vigor. Signal last time. No. We go through the rest of this. I check for space for the Unbound in the mail.
What is it? Something happened.
I got work tomorrow. Maybe Patrick's bear box.
You ought at least rest for the evening. There should be a spare bed. Only don't go rushing off before you're ready. Take it from me. You're better off.
Do you like my tutu? Yeah, we'll see how long the post game is too. What shit? With the stats. Actually, if I wanted full stats, I would equip. I don't have any in the chest. Equip that shawl and like a random black
Maybe to rush headlong into
mask cloak combo. It looks super fucked. There's so few actual pieces of gear for each class, man. And they're all just like direct upgrades, so it's like impossible to style. This is actually picking style to a certain extent. I just got rid of some stuff. More that it's matching than it is, and it's funny that it is like styling.
That looks like a mechanism
What
to
level
me.
am I? I wonder if I'm gonna be under leveled for
Activate?
post game. 32.
It's it or let it be. The choice is
Watch
yours,
out,
Arisen.
man.
Your fate is ours to share, and whether ill or boon awaits, the experience shall be no less valuable to us.
A little bouncy, aren't we? We'll be going for the true ending. When I was looking up missable shit, I already saw that there was a different ending. You could do the normal ending and then go to true ending. And while I haven't seen the cutscenes, I've seen the fight. It's just the Gregorio fight from the last game. But slightly different. And with no chasing. I don't really care to do the exact same fight again with the better graphic. Oh, we're just gonna go straight to the true end. Save some time.
Dragon, heed my call. Your will
I haven't
is
seen any of
mine
this,
to
so I just
command. Curses. This arrival of the true Risen is most inopportune.
wanted to see if the boss was worth it
Sovereign
or
of
not.
Vermin,
And then I saw it was the same
ritual
fight.
must not be disturbed. Let not the Arisen approach. You can manage that.
Am I really fighting bandits?
Tis of vital import that we have a word with Lord Phases. The Pretender needs not be present.
Hey, where's my team, dude?
Fall back, and I will heal you with my magic. Wait a moment.
I'm getting infinitely comboed, bro. Like, what the fuck? Nah, we're like 2 feet away, surely. Good God, man. And you get staggered in this, you get staggered non-stop. I'm sure I'm under leveled too, but I mean, we barely even got a chance to fight back. I got hit like twice and then we're in fucking loop. Yep. Woohoo. I'm glad you die and lose max health. That makes sense. Thank you, Tsuno.
Tis of vital import that we have a word with
Dude,
Lord
I'm
Phaesus.
dashing into this
The
wall.
pretender need not be present.
Range guys are pretty annoying.
My curative magics are at your disposal. Wait right there.
Like, look at this shit, dude. Take one arrow. You're getting toasted. I just got grabbed.
I shall summon a storm.
I'm like 32. It's just the archers and shit. Oh, you don't even have to kill him? What?
Your efforts are for naught, Arisen. Now, simply watch as this world's hollow and fruitless order is remade by my hand.
I got every class except Magic Archer and the Warfare dude. Because they literally are like at the very end of the game here. And I didn't want to walk 2 feet away during the finale to go pick him up. I might have been able to pick up the one on the bottom left, but the other one is literally on this island. And the story is just kind of like, hey, here's a giant super fight, and then the bad guy's gonna go do something bad. I'm like, I don't want to go buy this guy booze to unlock his class, and I won't use it. People say Warfare is cool if you get mods. Don't you have to use skill slots to change your weapons? So you only get like a couple skills or something? Total? I don't know. I didn't test it. Didn't get it.
The ritual is complete.
I mean, it's cool being able to pick stuff from other classes, but yeah, once again, the limited skill slots. Yeah, it's just shittier than most classes in the other game that had 2 weapons, right? It's kind of pointless. I mean, people have been modding it like crazy, but I mean, that's not what the game is at the end of the day. I mean, that's totally fine. It's probably a better time, but I'm just playing what they gave us. And I have no interest in going and picking up a class and then having to grind it to make it somewhat useful when I'm like 2 seconds before the end, and I don't really think the game's that great in the first place.
The dragon comes.
Like how the dragon has only appeared in flashbacks until now.
Behold! The Royce Dragon.
Royce
By my
Dragon.
power, the dogma of dragons
Wasn't
is
even
unmade.
the Gregorio dragon.
You could ne'er understand, Arisen.
He said the line. It's a time for him to die.
We must all be freed from the vulgar order wherein the dragon's existence determines all.
Yeah, he just looks like a generic shrine. is he doing? He didn't even kill him. I guess he's just killing the dragon.
It's not enough. Cursed, arisen. You've doomed us all to the cycle. And you.
Does he have eternal hemorrhage there? What's happening to him?
Greetings, Arisen. Hast thou summoned the resolution to face me? Then answer me this. Why dost thou fight?
When did he get
Is
hurt?
it to reclaim thy flesh? Thy stolen heart?
I know the game's first, like the first game story is not good, but somehow it seems like a gem compared to this. Like it was dog shit, and this is like worse. Like it goes from this goofy political intrigue, which could be something given the right time and quest and stuff, and then it just bum rushes into like the desert, where you just do chores and random towers are coming out of the water, and then it just blitzes straight into the fucking end of the game here. You don't even know who this guy hardly is. Like, you get that the guy's trying to get out of the cycle, I guess, but only just from him talking about it here for a few seconds. It's like, it's just like, it feels like the framework of a story with like, and then they just forgot to write the rest of it, man. Like the Vermont stuff is like the first game where it's like all slow and you do a bunch of tasks for people and you're supposed to be like getting on the throne, and then you just don't care about the throne anymore. They don't like incorporate that into you taking down, like there's supposed to be these two warring kingdoms possibly, like you could be, you know, maybe you're gonna be leader and there's gonna be some like war thing, and then there's like the shadow phases dudes who are actually doing something in the background. Maybe a pretty classic story, but like it feels like all that's setting up and then it just never happens. Yeah, it really is. I mean, I would prefer just no story. I'd rather just be completely player driven, just like you just find some lore and it's just more visually told. Like you just have to get to the dragon and you just kind of journey around and figure it out. And like, I would prefer less, man, than them to put in these dog shit stories, man.
Or is it to reclaim thy throne? I offer thee a choice. Grant unto me this life in my claws, and be gone from this place. Or stand and fight. Pitiable Arisen.
Yeah, I like how he's more lame than Gregorio, too. Is it not supposed to be cool because we already know all about it in the first game, so they're just moving on with it?
The time for thou to make thy choice is come. Show me the path thou wouldst walk.
I guess they figured the mouth movement was cheesy.
And thou shalt live to claim thy coveted throne.
Walk up and punch him.
Intriguing. Is there...
In the last game, didn't he like chase you and all that shit when you decided it? And I just walk up and fucking love tap him and he's like, okay.
Is thy will.
Maybe there was a way to choose without walking up and hitting him. I just was like, alright, I'll fight, and I want the choice to time out. Serious face.
We must fulfill our charges. I as the dragon, and thou as the Arisen. Climb upon me. We shall depart for our true battlefield. Thou wishest to dismantle the world's will, just as I do. Yet dost thou know what awaiteth the world, should it meet such a fate? 'Twould become a fleeting, fragile, vacuous thing, bereft of the cycle. Naught would be born into it save chaos, great and terrible.
Okay, that's great, guy. I'd let you finish, but nice fucking cutscene. How did he die? I stabbed myself, clearly, not him. I figured we'd stab each other now together at the same time. Alright. The brine, the ultimate creature.
No, stay away.
Pray. Turn back.
Who?
Leave now, while you can.
Who's talking? Am I supposed to remember these people? I think one was Brant, the other was the kid, the son of the Duchess lady. Don't try to pull the, ooh, do you remember the emotional characters when they almost didn't even exist? Like we had such a journey, right? So many memorable people.
You have strayed, Arisen. And for what? Lest you forget. You have a world where you belong. There, you are to fell the great evil in your path and rule the people as their sovereign. For that is who you are. And it is my wish that you should live out that life of purpose. The time has come for you to return. Go. My children shall see you there safely.
Let us go home. Together.
To a world under your rightful rule.
To a world all your own.
You're gonna have to use people I care about, lady. And the problem is there is none. You fuck. I don't want to go back to this world full of people I don't even.
This is your will?
I hate these people.
Then behold, a world unmerciful, bereft with the benevolent hands that guides.
Death Stranding 2. Mario and Princess Dogma. Dragon's Dogma 2. Alright. That's the game I'm playing. I look ridiculous.
You find it strange. But this is your world. The world to which you longed to return.
Hey, come here out.
Alas, if only you had chosen to become sovereign.
At the end of your travails, you could have ruled over these lands in perpetual peace. Yet that world of limitless possibilities has ended. You stand now upon its remains, the vestiges of a world that could have been so much more. Innumerable wills have served to deliver this world from extinction time and time again. You alone have refused to carry out that great purpose. What you see before you is the consequence of your apathy. Behold.
It's the Sphinx, Mom. Behold. I don't know. I imagine the idea is that the God thing, then the reason the cycles happen, maybe is if they don't happen, either the God thing decides that the world gets destroyed or it just gets destroyed by some other force. So if you don't become the sovereign, somehow reflects your will, the world becomes a shit show. I mean, it sure sounds like a bunch of hubbubaloo, but it's over-explained and also under-explained. There's a little less mystique, but it's also like makes the whole cycle thing even more lame than it was at the end of the first one. But at least there was like a bit of mystique leading up to it in the first one, and then you get it and it's just like, okay, you know, whatever. Whoa. That's epic, bro. I clapped at the genius of it. Cool little fire grenade. Get out your daggers.
To an end. As it has failed to be chosen, and as 'twill ne'er be read, this world will soon cease to exist. In the blink of an eye, the sickle of oblivion will reap aught that you have known. I would advise you not to waste these last moments. Explore the remnants of this world while you can. Perhaps, in doing so, you shall come to see the truth and know the wretchedness of a world unworthy of being chronicled. How shall you fare, I wonder? Will you endure in this world?
Max a tit slider pawn, yeah. The cheeks just throw it out. Where's my dude? What am I looking at, man? So I need to get all of these points. There's only 3 of them. Guess the others unlock later. I see. Time limit here? How tight is it? And what's with this, the limited saving shit, too? Should I go talk to this guy first? They haven't even told me about a time limit yet. As long as you don't sleep.
This development differs greatly from any in my recollection.
Also, one of the volcano head island that's tied to the Colossus, but only if you stopped it early. Did I stop it early? Guess I should have put some more port crystals down. Put one down here. But there's not one here. I might have to run down there and drop one. I can slap one here.
Tis done.
Well, I killed him pretty quick. Don't know how quick it's gotta be. I mean, less shit I gotta do, the better, man. Really.
Master, now a fairy stone can whisk us. Where are the skeletons?
Find my thought. I didn't put a port crystal there originally because I just can travel with Hawk. Guess I should. Well, I guess we'll have to walk it. Oh boy. Let's do this first. Hopefully I don't need my pawn. Oh really? You could just jump in whenever? I guess we'll be fine.
We've naught to gain by fighting here. Best we push on.
They're just underwater. Of course. Hopefully I'm not too underleveled for this shit. We'll find out, huh? Oh, thanks for the debuff cleanser.
A door of sturdy make. 'Twill be impossible without the key. What is it? What has happened to your magic? I will protect you.
Pawns have to get on here. Oh, we just not gonna go back down the elevator that leads conveniently to the guy?
How do you like that? Ensure your next attack is no less purposeful. That was superb, Arisen.
What's wrong with these fucking devs, bro? I thought that's where the blue thing was. He would be talking to this guy because he wanted to go do the afterlife shit.
What has become of the world? Would that there were someone
I guess
who
it's
could
past
explain
this.
madness. Come to think of it, did not Sir Rotheus speak of releasing the world from its bonds in the Seafloor Shrine?
Yeah. literally the guy we're trying to go talk to.
If this is indeed the world unbound, then perhaps we ought to seek out his wisdom.
What is he over here?
Pray, slow your feet.
I guess he took the elevator up, man.
Fast for the likes of me.
Let us endeavor to keep up, though we are less fleet of foot.
I don't know, maybe this is the old dude? And he's just like here? The fucking psycho guy? I don't remember these characters' names, man. The old dude that has something to do with the seafloor. My favorite kind of cutscene where they point out the thing, but they don't like bring the camera back to you, so you actually have no idea where that was. Is it on the map? Probably near that, though. Yeah, the old guy. Or maybe not. This is just pointlessly over here. Cool cutscene, man. Oh, there it is.
Your pawn is nowhere to be seen, Master. But where would a pawn possibly go, leaving their own master behind?
No longer do I feel the probing gaze of the Watching One. Is this your doing, newest of the Arisen?
Ew.
I am
Oh, what is this guy?
brought the dragon low.
The guy down underneath.
Bones raised the proud kingdom of vermin.
Not the hobo. Or is the hobo guy also this guy somehow?
Despite the magnitude of my feat, I was dissatisfied.
This is the ghost guy.
And sought ere greater
He
heights.
just, I guess he just took the elevator up.
I ruled the world entire. Thus did I come to know of the Watching One, the being by whose many eyes and ears no one or thing in this world goes unobserved. As to the purpose with which they watch, I know not, yet I did divine one thing. This world has lain. I despaired at this discovery. For, if all is but a stage, did that not render my hard-won glories, my throne astride the world, mere spectacles for the all-seeing eye to watch? Aye, 'twas all a farce. Do you understand, newest of the Arisen? This is why I sought to fell the Watching One. Alas, though I cut down all who seemed false, be they man or woman, human or beastman, young or old, I did not succeed. Indeed, my efforts led only to my own ruin. I was dubbed the Mad Sovereign, and by the hand of a new Arisen. Yet, I can only assume that you have achieved what I could not. How else to explain the changes I sense in the world? Ah, what bitter gall that I cannot witness the outcome
Okay.
for myself.
Bro, buddy, I'm on a timer, man.
New and fading spirit though I am.
He's gonna summon people. Who the
I see
hell
you
would
have
be summoning?
returned,
What?
Arisen One.
Who's this? I just showed
The
up.
Mad Sovereign has called, and so we answer.
Where am I?
If you would save the people of this world from ruin, lead them here, for this place may chance to escape the coming destruction.
I imagine the people of this world will welcome the tidings that there is a place of refuge awaiting them.
Okay. I need to go back to the forbidden magic thing to find my pawn now.
As you say.
So, the Arisen comes.
Oh, does he? Okay, you gotta trade stuff though. Hey, these look like reskins, but that's alright. Oh, only 110.
This meeting also by the dragon's design. Then I bid ye farewell.
Well, if I get enough, then I get enough.
The mad sovereign's power, yet it could prove the lot less. The coming destruction can only truly be for.
Oh, you can just learn them all here. Where are they? Hiding out. Yeah, there's 2 classes I don't have. Guess we'll try to find them real quick, why not? I don't know where they're at. Maybe they spawn in later after I go help people. How do they bother putting this on a timer anyways?
To think
It
that
just
the
kind of
world
makes
could
it
shift
lame.
so suddenly and so utterly. 'Tis a frightful thing.
Oh well. Let's move on. Oh, it only passes when you sleep? Oh, so I could just walk around as much as I want. Gotcha.
It seems the world is to be brought to an end.
That's good to know.
We cannot allow this to come to pass.
And how many days do you get? I mean, you could still sleep occasionally. Yeah, I thought it was just like constant. I was like, Jesus. It's weird that time would stop, but then sleeping would cause it to go back. But oh well. Alright, what do we got? No. Oh, they just let you go straight to them even if you haven't like unlocked them. Let's go get my dude. Yeah. It means I'm just gonna sit at half health for most of this probably until I'm in a situation I'm just really fucked.
Oh, that took nary a moment. Now that we're here, what did you have in
I should probably grab the rest of my work pistols when we get
mind,
down.
Arisen?
This is cute at least.
I would have preferred not to have to fight so soon.
With the
But at least I
water
know I am
gone.
up to the challenge. I shan't allow any further harm to come to you. Whatever 'tis you need, I shall gladly oblige.
Doesn't mean I'm allowed to just kill shit, but problem is it's probably not a good idea because I'll lose max health. Yeah, because I was like, man, if it was just timed, couldn't you just game it so that as soon as it's about to turn to like midnight, you just sleep, so you only sleep a minute and get full health? But I guess that's how they game it. So if you don't stop the Titan before a certain point, you just see less stuff. Even like cool stuff. I mean, I should have stopped him pretty early. He didn't get to the town or anything. Maybe that's a double-edged sword. I get to see more. It might be shit, we'll see.
One of our number is unconscious.
Gotcha. Well, he didn't reach the town, so I should be fine. I hate that this is not... I don't know why Sony does this. You open up the small menu, which means you want to be quick, and they don't have the one that's like based on like the order you got them in. So you have to always go to the front end. It's just like, why, man? I just want to see what my most recent achievement is, and you can't even do that, man. Until you go to this version. It's like, is this stupid, man? Witness the unworn world soaked in the hot spring. Maybe I didn't get it. I'm guessing the town isn't the slavery area.
That was hard one.
If it's the place right off the coast, I mean, Jesus, dude. That's like the minute he even appears.
Master. But where would a pawn possibly go, leaving their own master behind?
Like, you feel like you would need like a bow to stop him at that point. I was just watching him for a bit, and then once I got to the situation where I could jump on him, I was like, oh, fuck it. Problem is, the story was so cheap, so I was like, is this guy even a bad guy? He's trying to take down Phases. I'm like, he's this bad guy. Like, why do I care? I'm like, okay, maybe if he was trying to destroy a town, but like, he wasn't. He was just walking around. I'm guessing that the very beginning was the town, because yeah, there's like a wall broken there. So you have to have an unmaking. Cool, dude. So what do you even get? And why would it matter? Why would it matter? When you kill him. Yeah, you get a chi, but like the Titan, like the thing that spawns. You also get that, right? Is that like a special Titan fight or something?
Materials, eh?
Yeah, you'd have to use probably a bow. I mean, I couldn't even reach him.
I
I was
shan't
just
deny.
like, just
They have their
chilling.
uses.
I don't even think I started hitting him until after he destroyed the village then. And they didn't seem too bothered by it. What a bizarre everything, man. That's supposed to be my pawn. Seems different. I mean, it just felt like a shitty Shadow of the Colossus when I did it. I found a lot of places to rest and shit. That's fine, but it was cute, but it barely made sense story-wise, and I feel like I was like helping the enemy. So it was just odd at that moment. I figured I'd just watch him. And he was like in a volcano area with like no people, but it
Shall we take a closer look?
was very bizarre. And it was a cool little set piece, but yeah, the world's getting destroyed, and this chick is talking about the secret of her lustrous coat.
Shall we have another look around? Methinks this place has
Start
more
taking
to
this shit seriously.
Indeed. Let us know if we can be of assistance, Arisen.
Okay, so it's really hard to do it without being like a magic archer or an archer in general.
Arisen. You yet live. I suspected as much, given that your pawn still remains. One might hypothesize that your pawn is sustained by your vital essence. Or perhaps...
Wait, Phases is just here? He's alive?
In any case, we ought to apprise one another of the situation. Is there aught you would know?
Is he a good guy?
Ah, yes. I trust it has
Well,
not.
we kind of have
escaped
the
your
same
notice that
goal,
the
sort
end
of.
Days is upon us. After you vanished, together with the Red Dragon, the seas rose
Christ,
to
man.
swallow the skies.
I never thought the story would be worse than the first game. Like I said, I'd rather just have no story, and it's just like fucking environmental storytelling and super player driven. It's so goofy that they even try, man.
'Twas perhaps a month from that evil day when a new calamity befell us. A host of dragons descended from the skies and fell upon the land
month?
with fang and claw.
How long's it
Thus
been?
the oracle called upon me ere you arrived. As she tells it, Melv and its environs have already fallen prey to the beasts.
It's been months since we had our thing happen.
'Tis surely only a matter of time before the rest of the kingdom follows suit. I found the poor creature collapsed by the wayside near Batal. Recognizing your pawn, I decided to take the ailing thing into my custody. I thought it possible that the Arisen's pawn might hold the key. Alas, try what I might. Mayhap you will succeed where I could not. Indeed. Then in your absence, I had hoped your pawn might yield me some information. Tell me, Arisen, what became of you this past month?
I watched
So
all of
following
One
your
Piece.
plunge into the sea on the
and
dragon's
Naruto.
back, some mysterious presence reached out to you. Could that have been the world forged? Yet why would such a being linger in those fathomless depths? I can only speculate, and speculate I shall. This ought to prove a fruitful avenue of investigation. For that I thank you. Now, if you can find a way to end this interminable slumber, your pawnee.
Thanks, fellow good guy. Phases.
Oh, Master.
Oh, he's up.
How long have I slept? Far too long, it seems.
Man, that gear is super low level.
Worry not.
I should see if
Now
I have
that
something
I'm
else for
awake,
him.
I shall follow wherever you lead.
I admire your dedication, Master. 'Tis no small feat to hone one's skills so fine.
There is always room for improvement, after all.
He wishes to gain...
Why is Phases the good guy? Can you do actual quests? Let me go help Flavio here.
Upon a griffin firsthand. 'Tis a tall ask, but not impossible.
What's up, Outcast?
Shall we go where we are bid?
No, we're gonna go fucking save the world. We're not gonna fucking go fuck with a Graffin. Graffin? Griffin. What in the fuck?
You are privy to the goings-on in the Forbidden Magic Research Lab, even among the Batali.
I love that the dialogue's the same.
And the researchers employed there are as tight-lipped as they come.
Yeah, how you liking your
Do
monitor?
people not question its existence? I should like to know
And what
more
was for
about its
dinner?
activity.
I had pulled pork sandwich.
If 'twere me.
Very fatty though. So, and that shit's been frozen for a week. It's good. Big. Hopefully not too big. It fucks with your eyes. Just chilling outside of it. Please walk through that, dude. Please. They just don't care. Oh, they barely walked around it. No, you walk through it. Yeah, yeah. Wow, we're taking this fucking serious. Nobody even cares.
You've pushed your luck too far. I'll not take that from you.
Oh my god, what is this crap?
Pray calm yourselves, good people.
I just wanted to go to my
I will have
chest.
none of this squabbling.
So, Manella, you don't understand. This...
No, you don't understand. This is no time for the people of Batal to be quarreling amongst themselves.
This is not an exclusive to this time quest. That just conveniently sounds
We
like it
shan't
is.
weather this calamity unless we can recall our common purpose and unite
No, no,
our
no.
efforts
This is
towards
real.
it.
Actual dialogue having to do with the calamity. So can we escort all these people out?
Ah, Sir Arisen, with the world in such disarray, I could not stand. Thus did I return. I maintain order as best I can, but enough of my woes.
Just tell her to take the folks
You
back
wish us
home.
to evacuate? Mayhap the idea merits some thought. After all, if we sit on our haunches, it is likely only a matter of time before we share the fate of man.
I'm glad people remember Mel of the half-destroyed small village.
Alas, the people of Batal are far from united in purpose at present. Should we proceed, unheeding of their divisions, I fear that our efforts would come undone ere long, with every soul at their wits' end. Conflict as such, before we take any measures, I would have you walk amongst the people, and should you encounter any discord, pray do such efforts will doubtless allow the evacuation. As for me, my work here is...
Flared tempers are understandable.
Are they trying to say that I need to go do all the side quests? Or is this something separate? I'm not doing this right now.
Giving this.
David Lynch. I wish, dude.
Let us aid in mediating the quarrels arising in Batal.
Okay, so I'm guessing I need to be doing...
I've had well enough of your nitpicking.
Oh my fucking god.
I reckon the world would be better off without you.
Oi, you! Don't go...
Aye, leave off or...
I'll not be mocked by the likes of you. Don't let them get the better of you. Shame on me.
Have you lost your bloody mind?
Reckon you can just cut us down? What's the matter with you? Eh? Fine, fine. We'll set our squabble aside for today.
What the violent method? Yes, I did. Because what other method was there? Does it even matter?
Let us guide the people to the
Does it make
sequel
any
shrine.
difference?
The red clouds seem to be less abundant thereabouts.
Still, 'tis easier said than done. The people may not believe us.
So is it smarter?
Even should we make our case.
To like go do all of the time things first? Can you rest after that?
I've wares aplenty.
Gotta make sure you don't fall or it's over.
With the port crystal placed, we'll be able to use a fairy stone to return here in an instant.
I assume it doesn't matter at all. The game's story is so shit half the time. There's no way there's like a bunch of like nuanced differences in how the story's gonna go from this point. And what's like more or less like a somewhat hidden true end. I mean barely hidden. I think after the normal ending they like tell you and you can go back and try it. Alright, let's see what this is. Boss. Maybe I'll get lucky and it's the Medusa. Oh. The statue. I never did go fight the Medusa. I guess there's only like one place it spawns or something.
You saw the sky fall.
Same with the Dulan.
I doubt you could have missed it. And wherever the sky falls, a dragon soon appears to lay waste to the land. Or so I had assumed. After yet aught here appears to be different. I must examine that creature. It may well be the key to unraveling the origins of this cataclysm.
The path through this rock has been sealed to us. There's naught for it but to search for an alternate route.
What?
Paths are closed to us now on account of the dragon's descent, no doubt.
This Phaesus is dead now?
Find a way to reach it.
Confound this
What?
obstruction. I suppose I ought to have expected this. Answers
Jesus Christ, dude. The polish levels are off the chart, man. At least this is fun, man. What is happening? Oh, and now there's some dudes getting tussled by this guy.
Monsters, summoned by that beast, no doubt.
Okay. Guess we need to kill the monsters first.
You have my protection.
Okay. Can I go in? I mean, it looked like I was gonna die if I went in. Is this supposed to be deep lore on the brine as well, man? So why do I need to solve people's troubles and quarrels when there's literally just psycho zombie guys, like, works after them? You think they'd be like, oh shit, we need to get the hell out of here. A better way to unite people than against a common enemy. These things don't have any experience.
As dust.
Don't give up speed.
this.
There are too many of them. Better we...
It seems this is the only way forward.
Jesus, dude. What do you mean it's the only way forward? Hey man, you coming, dude? Oh, there's a path up here. I thought he was just losing his mind.
What can be achieved without sacrifice?
I'm more worried about my pawns max health. Yeah, I want to swap out Manlet's
Would that we might
his
always
gear.
bestow it to their mate.
Was that supposed to be blocked off back there?
Why do you fault? A fine welcome indeed. I can only hope that the worst is now behind us.
Okay, they warped, it's okay. What is happening? Howdy.
Alas, a theory unproven is of little practical use.
Oh, wow, that was really deep, bro. You must do a lot of thinking. Really, dude? Jesus, the AI, man. That guy's most of her max health. But I guess you could just resummon the pawns.
I will protect you.
Thanks, River. Where are we going? You coming? What is he up to?
This won't do.
Oh, this AI's fucking glitched. Of course he is. Does anything work? Ever?
Few know the real nature of the dragon.
This guy, dude. He just practices these lines. Oh, they're glitched too in the same spot. Let me press 2 me. Does he just practice these lines in the mirror? When I team up with the Arisen someday, I'm going to say these lines unprompted. They sound really cool. I'm practicing for a whole month. We're just going back to his lab. I guess we're going through it.
Powers are twice as terrible in the flesh.
The beast? What beast? It's just a bunch of goons.
Only true martial observers
Perceive what? What is he talking about? Definitely needed more rock sirens. He dies really quick. He needs better gear. And apparently they all do.
On my way.
I have the money? I
There are
don't have the
too many of
location.
them. Better we cut down
I guess
only
if enemies
those
do
we
drop
must
fairy
to
stones, I can go
proceed.
buy him some gear.
This is a tight spot.
I really uncovered.
Yeah, I really wish they gave XP and considering the levels caps like that, and I don't know why they don't.
I shall be your shadow.
Yeah, like that's really what we needed in this new area is not getting XP in case you're behind. Or loot.
Cut one monster down and 2 more replace it. We ought to ignore the rabble and focus on our true objective.
I ill like our prospects.
My theories on manifesting the dragon have worked. There it is! The dragon at the heart of all this destruction.
Is this Matt Mercer? He sounds close, man. It isn't. Why did they just show us that cutscene?
What a singular creature. Is this what called the monsters forth?
Oh really? Wow. What just happened? Oh good, I'm glad I just took a bunch of damage. And man, that's dead. His max HP is non-existent.
Peculiar sensation filled me during my time with Lord Phasus. Though I was unconscious, I could always sense your presence arisen.
I guess I should bring phases back.
So my faith in our bond is steadfast.
'Twas an ordeal indeed, and there is much for us to ponder.
I don't know why he's dead.
But for now,
It is far too late to change my...
Okay. So that's a beacon done. That was it. There was a cutscene. Yes, there was. There's one after you break the vase. Okay. Do pawns get max health when you go to a riftstone like in the first game?
Walking will only exhaust us.
Oh, it does?
Ere we've reached our destination. What
Good
say
for
we
him, I
ride an
guess.
ox cart instead?
'Tis as you say. Go on, have a look.
I can't even see the gear because my fucking pawn... Dude, the pawn AI is like worse in this game. It has to be. I mean, the personality thing's not as bad. Like it was in the original where they just like, well, fuck off. But if you could get that and figure it out, they usually were like, okay. Their pathfinding at least is worse, man. It is fucking atrocious, man. All that XP. Do I even have enough money to do anything if I went back to Volcano Land? I guess I could stop by there and grab stuff. So would you guys recommend just hitting up these red points first and then helping the villagers after? That seems like it'd be the smartest call.
Oi! I saw it first. Trust her.
Why must I share with a fangless one? This is no more your food than Batal.
You there! You couldn't have put this upstart in his place for me, won't you? Go on, lay into it. If that's what you think.
Aye, clear off. I'll not take that from you.
I don't even know what they're saying, man.
You said it's bad to hurt people. Please, let this be a...
Here's a rotten hard spot.
Oi, leave my kid alone.
What's that you've got? What?
I say we call a truce while we...
Aye, agreed. A menace like this, oh...
Unbelievable.
Okay.
Steal yourself.
What's going on? There must be some way. I can't make it.
Steal yourself.
This can't be happening.
What is wrong with these people?
Have a look.
I'd gladly stay here forever if I could.
We're still in the fight.
I...
I'll not stand for this.
Fie that! We're done for. I ne'er stood a chance.
Does this even matter?
A customer then. That changes things.
What even is this, dude?
I believe this is intended as a means of transport. It would be interesting to see where it might take us.
I can foresee no reason not to make use of this. At last, the moment I've been waiting for. Allow me to gather these up.
Isn't there a way to search by, like, buy-rated bonds? What the muscle mommy? That smell like shit.
I happen to understand Elvish, Master. I expect... I am attentive and loyal, and prefer to remain by your side. In battle, I shall follow... Your lead.
You can count on me to fly to your aid in your hour of need, Master. Knowing when...
I'm only glad to have proven my worth.
It'll be an honor
Isn't
to
this
stand by
armor
your
good
side.
they're wearing? But can I get my pawn to full health by killing him?
Master.
Then just
Can
revive
we
him.
really afford to carry more?
Did I not hire the other one? No, I did. Well, I gotta go throw him off of something. Yeah, I hope just failing to actually fix any conflicts somehow makes it so that they're just good to go. I mean, they just got attacked by like 1,000 dudes, man. At this point, who even cares? Like, didn't they just take the advice?
A customer, then.
Would you mind coming over here?
Ah! You slander my honor, sir! This is no business of yours.
Now, Narborough, if we are to duel, otherwise who's to...
Aye, true enough. Without a witness, either of us could simply kill... Well, sir, what say you? Will you watch over us while I take this scoundrel to... This knave dared to slight my honor. He said my swordsmanship was hardly fit to wound a training dummy.
And 'twas your dear father's patronage that made you a sentinel, not your...
Is this just the Mercedes plot, like a reference here? Literally the same thing.
You have my gratitude, sir.
Have at you!
What do you want to talk to me for?
Isn't this just the Mercedes plotline? I'm sure she's gonna lose.
We shall not fall here.
I can't stop shaking.
Steel yourself.
The fuck?
Head nor tail of it.
Show them what for.
Suppose I'm tired.
This
What was that
can't be
then?
happening.
I believe in you.
It's obvious, ain't it? Pally, this battle is not yet.
I admit it. I underestimated you.
Nay, 'twas I who underestimated.
We owe you a debt.
Now they're all
sir.
buddies.
'Tis on your account, were it not for your timely appearance.
Indeed. Better to hone our respective skills than take up our...
Oh,
It
well,
seems
that worked
some things
out.
can only be resolved by crossing
Even though
blades.
Dragon's Dogma 1 didn't.
But I doubt they'll quarrel again after this.
One could not have hoped for a gladder outcome.
Ah, sir, the people of Batal are beginning to see that they must stand together.
In less pressing circumstances, I would take issue with your methods. Oh, but who
We shall
cares?
see the fruits of your labors when the time comes to evacuate. Pray, return to Empress Nadinia and apprise her. Heavens only know how many lives you have saved this day.
Wow, I'm awesome. Thanks.
What say we report back to Empress Nadinia? Her Majesty ought be willing to commence the
Something
evacuation
tells me
now.
nothing's gonna change. Let's go ahead and turn this quest in. Fuck it.
My body's not forgiven me for last night's scuffle.
Alright, kill for some decent sleep. Or
know such as betterment is an endless journey.
Tis high time I began my meditation.
Her Majesty has begun her supplications. None may see
Do you
her
remember
while
when
they
this character was on the front cover of the game? Right there on the left. And I've met her in one shitty side quest.
Stay your
I
hand,
think.
Vera. Come hither. We would speak with you.
I remember, man.
One of our ministers informs us that you have been espied and you have our gratitude for your efforts. Your journey continues, does it not?
Pray excuse the interruption, Your Majesty.
Indeed. Forgive us.
Okay, bye.
Bagbatal and the rest
Yeah, I
down are
got
now
some
safely
crystals.
evacuated. I'm certain we can rely
How
on
much was it for the weapon? My weapon's not much different, but I bet if you actually upgrade the worm's life one, it's better. Quite a bit. 110. What? Do I have to escort like everyone? Gotcha.
More must be urged to evacuate.
Let us begin with the place most likely to be marked for destruction.
Yeah. Why are they here? Huh? Do I have to actually evacuate them? Or are they just memeing with me?
Over here, if you please.
Okay. So this, I don't care about this. Okay. I was like, they said you have to talk to the leaders and lead them, but I guess they lied again. You just tell them. Yeah, something must be fucked. Maybe they had plans for it and all the markers are all fucked up. Alright. Hey, it's Talos. Why has he got a marker now? And he didn't before. The tutorial beacon. I have 60 worms.
If there's any easy work to be
This has gone from bad to worse.
Do I need to fight this dude? Is there any reason? Guess I'm not.
Then I shall remain by your side.
Oh, they're already dead? The major order's done already? Good, I didn't even get in on it. Oh well. The game will be there. I figured 2 billion would take a little bit. Yeah.
Well met, sir. How's the day treating
Do
you?
these people need escorting? I guess they're good.
It is locked, Arisen.
Let us return once we've the key in hand. Look, Master, a treasure chest. We shall have to find a way to reach it.
Ah, fuck it. We'll just take this thing. Leave the poor crystal.
I'll just pick this up.
Oh wait, wasn't it over here?
I am honored to be called to your side, Arisen.
Over here, dude.
What is the meaning of this, Arisen?
You're kidding me, bro. I have to kill you so I can bring you back, bro. With full health.
Well met, sir. How's the day treating you then?
I've just remembered a curious rumour I overheard once. Seems there's an illness pawns can catch beyond the rift that has devastating consequences for those around them. Worse still,
Nobody here has it.
pawn never knows they're sick. They just become restless and flippant and won't heed the Arisen.
Surely the Sphinx parent would know it.
Terrible. We shall have to be alert for signs of the sickness among our number.
Might I be of assistance? I shall not fail you.
Forgive me, but I cannot guide you from here.
You're forgiven. It's fucking epic. Now we're talking, man. Whoa, is my man wearing anything underneath that, man? Nothing but ass, man. Or his ass is so thick you can't see the G-string, man. Well, that's power. Lost in the abyss of man with the ass.
Come to think of it,
Should probably sell all my gems. Is it safe to sell your gems? I imagine it's okay. Problem is you need to sell them in certain areas. More money. I just want to get me a little full set of gear, really. I'll be able to buy them a little bit. Can always come back, I guess. Takes longer than I remembered. I should have grabbed that fucking, grab that poor crystal. Let's come back and do this again. I guess I could just run. I guess we'll see what the Talos is.
Whereabouts?
No harm in picking a few.
Now there's a worthy prize. Only 'tweren't so far away.
It is a mechanism for hauling freight, and it looks as if it could bear a significant load.
Shall we?
I've wept. Truth be told, I'm of half a mind to pack up and leave. What would always
Why is
a
Mallet
pleasure.
always the slowest one? Jesus, man.
I've weapon. Truth be
Little
told,
legs.
I'm of
His wee legs. Guess I could just buy him the sword. And it's massive on the upgrades list. Honestly, I like that there's upgrades in this, but I kind of miss that you could just pick whatever as like a style thing. The original a little bit. Buy him this. I need some money.
pack up and leave. What with the Volk? Always a pleasure.
Our packs are heavier, and our purses far lighter.
Spending so freely offers a unique sort of joy. Well, let's keep our noses to the grindstone that we might do it again soon.
You're no soldier. I'd not recommend camping. You'll awake neath a blanket of ash. I can give you a
The world's ending, you idiot. Fucking care. Let's sell some crap. Could probably just sell everything, really. It's most likely not going to need any of this at all. Scarcely seen in Elven Islands. Am I in an Elven Island right now? I have no idea.
over your head at least. Always a pleasure.
Well met. I've wept. Truth be told, I'm of half a mind to pack up and leave. What with the volcano grow? More active of late. Late as well.
Hey, he was wearing a fucking chainmail before that. Wish you could still sell from your chest, man. I miss that. I guess they lost it somewhere between the couch cushions over 12 years.
You're no soldier, are you? I'd not recommend camping. You'll awake neath a blanket of ash. I can give you a roof over your head at least. Much obliged.
Well met. I've weapon. Truth be told, I'm of half a mind to.
These don't sell for a whole lot.
Pack up and leave.
I mean, they probably sell better elsewhere, but... I'm here, fuck it.
What with the.
It's 60-ish. 60-ish.
Volcano growing. More active of. Much obliged.
And hopefully after we solve this, we get enough money for
I'd
another
not
one.
recommend camping. You'll awake neath a blanket of ash.
her shit's Dragon Forge and everything, man. Need more Sphinxes, dude. Might be lower level, but her fucking gear is crazy, man.
I can give you a roof over your head at least. Always a pleasure.
That pawn's actually dog shit.
I'll have an early supper. Fancy a gander?
Must have taken a wrong turn.
What's the good gear look like?
I pray my efforts aid your cause.
Where do I see their gear? Oh, I just gotta see their stat. I think this is somebody using the Sphinx mother thing. How does that even work? How does it take me to their profile? Aren't these like Capcom made ones? Or do you have to like rename it yourself and create it as a community or something?
I am attentive and loyal, and prefer to remain by your side. In battle, I shall follow your lead and prioritize support.
Receive Tarring Arrow 1.
I'll use this chance to commit myself fully to the— Are you fit to travel? Then let's not do—
That seems good.
I happen to understand Elvish, Master. I expect you'll find my talents useful should we encounter another—
What was this Sphinx parents quest? Oh, 5 all heals for 1 tarring arrow. Where are my tarring arrows, bros? Where's my arrows?
Fancy a gander?
Do I have
You
tarring
know,
arrows?
so I'd not recommend camping. You'll awake neath a blanket of ash.
Not like they asked for anything super crazy, right? Yeah, literally have plenty.
I can give you a roof over your head at least. Much obliged.
Why are these Sphinx ones way too OP, man?
Pray, have patience with me, Master.
And all their gear is
I've
Dragon
shared all I
Forged and
know.
shit.
My master from beyond the rift seeks this— I've nothing to share at present.
Couldn't you just like re-summon this
My
thing?
master from beyond the rift
I like how
seeks
the
the self-same
Sphinx
answer
herself and her crazy
I
quest
shall
gives
have
you
to
like
report back on our success.
1 all heal or something, or just some RC. And then you get these, give 1 arrow to him, and then you get 5 all heals. Yeah, that's why they have Mac Life for sure.
How might I serve you, Arisen?
I happen to understand Elvish, Master.
Yeah, really. I mean, we're good on the rest of this fucking thing then. I've got plenty of tarring arrows. What a game, man.
A ballista is a ranged weapon.
Tis a glad thing we happened upon this. Unleashing it during combat ought to fluster our foe.
I still need to buy a little bit more gear for Manlet to get him caught up, but he's doing better. He needs a new pair of legs.
Not an enemy in sight. I'm almost disappointed.
A brief respite has naught to
So
declare.
where are the people to talk to escort him away?
My talents lie in combining materials, and I'll use them.
Get away from me.
Arisen, I know of at least one location in the vicinity that may be of
Which area do you think that is?
interest to you. Shall I tell you more?
I think I found it. Dragon Man.
That dragon has no
Contend with such a creature.
They're doing some good damage. What's happening, dude?
That attack looks devastating. We ought to keep our distance whenever it's been reached.
I shan't let it harm you.
I was trying to yank it down. Does it hurt me when I touch it? These weak ones. Yeah, I bet it's hard magic archer if you're not climbing around. climbing fight, huh? Can I get him to this? Oh, great. The most deadly thing of all, falling.
Does that mean to define, given new form?
Half the fights in the game, I only ever died if I fucking falling. I'm too big for climbing yet again.
Yes, Master. I shall hasten to you.
I don't know. It's just okay. It's a cute gimmick where you have to climb, but you already had the golem. I mean, it's fine as like a cheap variant, which God knows the game needs more of any of that. I don't know. It kind of goes down pretty quick, and I'm under leveled, so.
Now this
Damn.
region shall be safe, at least for the
Oh,
time
one
being.
life crystal. Sorry. Yeah, I imagine it's a different story depending on your class. Also, these Sphinxes are pretty OP. They're rocking like full Dragon Forge gear.
A treasure chest.
The upgrade for man, that was good.
My mistake. It is merely another spot for gathering materials.
Yeah, there's just all sorts of odd choices. Let's be real, most people aren't going to be touching this, man.
This is a good find.
I looted the Worm's Life crystals. That's all that dropped. Unless there was like another corpse or something.
A
Maybe
fitting
right at my
reward
feet.
for a rigorous search.
Just dropped like 90 crystals.
'Tis no small wonder that Oxcarts have ceased operation, given the state of things.
A shame, but the roads have grown ever more perilous of late.
Unless this corpse warped somewhere. Seems to be just gone. Looks good. I'm gonna go get the weapon, I guess, right? Well, I guess I could see what's up with the Talos while I'm here. Didn't get any money.
I'll gather these now.
How do we
It's a
evacuate
shame
these
to forget their
people?
location when we need them most.
Who do I talk to? These guys just aren't getting evacuated. Maybe I gotta deal with the Talos.
The Batali Knights use this place to train. You're not one of us, so I cannot imagine you've any... Oh? You believe we ought to evacuate? Farther, I dare say, than anyone would go for the sake... If we must leave, we shall have... I think we're a bit short on hands to attend to all that must... In fact, there's a blacksmith and his wife dwell on the encampment outskirts. The smith, Gustava. Well, suffice to say, Cleve would have naught to do with us, given the choice. I can only hope that she will be more... And while you're taking care of that, I will see to it...
Okay.
No idea that...
I guess I'll do that. Oh. Okay.
Such a couple dwelled on the outskirts of...
How many fairy stones do I got? You guys said they drop like candy, right?
Volcanic Island.
Well, it might be worth going back to get a loot and then come back here.
Were you... Where, Master?
Decide if I was doing this quest first or after.
Truly?
I feel like they should just give you an eternal one at this point. Like, really.
I'll go and open the chest.
I can start killing randos and seeing. Make a more educated decision.
As a matter of fact, curious thing, one of my former masters chose to hire only women. I wonder why.
He'll
I'll be
expose
sure
you.
to keep that in mind.
The end. I miss the days of hiring pawns that always had the queen armor on. Or whatever, the princess cheat outfit.
Shall we see?
I mean, I wouldn't hire them usually,
If we
but
can't make our way over
it
to
was
it.
always funny. It was like always chicks and always wearing that. In this, there's been a bit more of a split with dudes, unless they like force more dudes on your screen. They might. I'm sure they have enough players.
Are we to remain here? Here we go again.
Give no quarter.
Of course. That was a skillful bit of thievery. You do your vocation first.
Nice job. She's got steel on.
My knowledge from other worlds
good
tells
enough.
me that a forgotten riftstone lies near here. Shall I lead the way?
No, I think I have the pawns I need, thank you.
Aye? What do you want? My husband and I are simple folk. In these perilous times, or pray leave us be, sir. I'm sorry. You'd have us evacuate with the encampment? Why, we could never. Come what may, this place is our home.
Now, I'll hear none of that, stranger or no. Our guest came all the way out here just to warn us. That's the mark of a good sort, and I trust my gut. This one shan't steer us wrong.
But Ghost Offer, what of your back?
I can
I
mend
can carry you,
besides.
bro.
I'd rather hike 1,000 leagues on 2 bloody
An
stumps.
elf and a
than lose you,
dwarf.
my
This
dear.
is sacrilege.
Oh, Ghost Off, how can I say no to that?
Wonder they're fucking ostracized in the community.
Very well, sir. We shall join you. Would you be so kind as to escort us to our destination?
Let us see our charges to the encampment. But be mindful. The path seems much changed since last we walked it.
A resounding success.
Changed.
Could I trouble you to walk a wee bit slower? My back is like to... Oh! There it goes!
This is the post game. An escort quest. Oh really? You can like cure him? We kind of arrived. Oh. We kind of arrived here when all of the crazy action was happening, so it wasn't top priority. To go find random quests in the fucking outskirts of where the fucking doomsday was gonna happen. I mean, maybe you could find your way down here regardless. I think we're gonna have to kill every one of these motherfuckers. Jesus. Oh, really? At least she's doing work, yeah.
The creature is gone. Let us revel in the knowledge that this region has escaped its destruction.
What? The creature? You're talking about something that is not this.
Its fierce fire's fury. Very well. I shall return. You've been doused in oil. You must steer clear of fire.
Too slow.
dying.
You are in need of healing. Allow me. Like that.
We got like 1,000 more lizards now. He's just casually walking closer. There's one fairy stone. Look how the AI is still just horrible, and then they walk up to the enemy point blank, just like the first game. Swear to God, it's like the same fucking code, man.
You would gather materials here, Master? Can we really afford to carry more? Shit's maddeningly close.
Is there no way to reach it?
Yeah. Fucking God. Jesus. This is a fucking pain in the ass.
It was excellent. I could have done no better. Think nothing of it.
Oh, I like
Fucking enemies we gotta fight.
Focus. A moment of indecision will spell out
What are you doing? Is it that majestic, my friend? Of course, this is a dead end. Everything in this game is uphill, man.
Let us endeavor to keep up. You'll be a less weak foot.
Oh, you're killing him. You killed him. Fucking good God. This game is so cheeks half the time, dude. It's barely fucking strung together. Can you just land so I can kill you, man? I mean, what is going on here? He's just hanging out. Oh, she's dead too. Hope you got more wake stones. Yeah, are you done yet, motherfucker?
You must make the most of this opportunity.
I shall lead the charge.
I shan't let them harm you.
Well, I'm destroyed. Driver it home.
The wake stone is like completely stupid every time I use it, man. My allies killed it. What, because I tackled him on accident trying to pick him up? was epic, dude. Hope you got a nice front row fucking seat, my guy. Jesus fucking Christ, man.
Then I shall remain by your side.
Fake stones, man.
Could I trouble you to walk?
Oh my fucking good god.
Back is like to.
I guess you're still up here, dude. Wow. Truly
You're welcome to take whatever you
the
have
end
from my
game.
pack, Master. I'd gladly see you put what I find to good use.
I mean, the set piece of it's cute. You know, it's got a look and all that to it. But good god, dude. I mean, the Batal shit barely even worked. It was just nonsense. It was supposed to be closing us off, but it never did. It killed the guy in a cutscene, but then he came back, and then he died actually in the end of it, and we skipped a cutscene. And we didn't even fight anything. It was just a couple like goons, man.
You have my
I
admiration.
gave no XP, and we
I
had to
doubt
do a
even
circuit
my
around
own
the whole
master has
city.
obtained an article so rare.
It's just like Doogie, man. The uphill stamina loss. Not good. I do not like that. The whole game's up a hill. I don't feel like I'm playing like Death Stranding or something and I have to like pay attention to my terrain. It's just another slowdown, man.
Look there. Methinks I spy aught of use.
Hopefully I don't need these wake stones for anything else, man.
Should your pack grow
My
overfull, have no
fucking
fear.
god. Get away from me. And then there's the tonal dissonance of everybody talking like we're not in a calamity. Instead of having like a few new lines
This
just
ladder looks
repeated.
sturdy enough to climb.
Or just
Perhaps
nothing.
new discoveries await us above.
Like if they just got rid of all these lines, then you wouldn't even think of it, right? Like it wouldn't add to it, but at least it wouldn't take away. But as it is, it's just like kind of funny.
Well, here we are.
You could have carried him
How
yourself.
long before the evacuation begins?
Would you find Serenester? Let him know that we'll wait here.
No! The ballista!
'Tis a glad thing we happened upon this. Unleashing it during combat ought to fluster our foes.
Yeah. Whatever, these are gonna be used. Oh yeah, we're supposed to stalk her. Where did she go?
How long before the evacuation?
Would you find...
So she's the
How long
magic
before the
archer.
evacuation begins, I want.
I see. Cool. Way too late to start that, but at least we got it. Is there an nest on one of these?
Sir, I implore you to reconsider.
How many times must I say it? I'll not be ordered about. Now bugger off and leave me alone.
Ah, good. You're back. I'm afraid there's another matter for which I must beg. It concerns the fellow I was just speaking. The man's something of a regular at our hot spring. I sought him out to tell him of the evacuation, but he has
Is he
flatly
the-
refused to join us.
The greatsword guy? Is he the all-around dude?
I must confess, I'm at a loss as to how I might convince him. Could I prevail upon you to try? At this point, methinks anything I say will fall.
He's right here.
Perhaps we might speak with this.
I? Not this again. I'm here to live my life as I see fit. I'll not be ordered about by anyone, cuz. You got that? Aye. I know those two. Good. Why don't ye do it? Oi! I heard out your request. Kindly bugger off and leave.
Lamond has refused to lend his aid, and it seems there's little hope of changing his mind. Let us inform Sir Ernesto.
A disappointment, to be sure.
Thanks for the class, out of nowhere.
You're no soldier, are you? I'd not recommend camping.
What if you gave him booze before, would he do it?
I can give you a refit.
Oh, yeah.
Give your help at least. Always a pleasure. You're no soul. I'd not recommend camping. You'll await neither blank kit of ash. I can give you a refit. Always a pleasure.
Searing heat or freezing cold.
Really?
Which is the greater
Yeah, I didn't bother because I didn't have the liquor on hand, and
focused.
once again, I was at the very end of the game, so I was like, I kind of wanted to keep the momentum of what little story there was going.
A clouded mind shall serve you poorly in an
Who
ambush.
knows what a bottle of liquor could do?
So, Sir Lamond is not to be convinced. It would have eased my mind to have him join us, but I suppose there's naught to be done. The hour of our departure is almost upon us. It will be slow going, no doubt. We have wounded whom we must accommodate.
Yeah, what is the ultimate ability then?
Yet, come what may.
Sounds like a
I swear
wonderful
to see
class
them
if it
all to
requires his Meister ability to even
The people of
bother with anything.
Volcanic Island are evacuated.
May they make it through the...
I knew it to be so.
Thanks for interrupting that, man. Look. The Meister skill switches your weapon. So can you have a different set of 3 skills then? Or do you have to pick between the weapons skills?
You're no soul. I'd not recommend camping. You'll await. Much obliged.
Materials, eh? I shan't deny. They have their uses.
I've truth be told, I'm of half a mind to pack up a...
Your skills not based on weapons.
Leave. What with the volcano growing more active. Much obliged.
Gotcha.
These writings could be of import.
So you could swap to like bow.
I'd not recommend camping. You'll await.
So is
neither
it
blanket
essentially
of
just a
ash.
shitty
I can give you a
assassin?
roof over your head at least. Always a pleasure.
It's a shame because it seems like a cool one, but honestly that class should just be how most of the classes are. Either the classes need to be way more developed, have like 8 skills that you can use at any time, or it needs to be like an FF Tactics where they're not that developed, but you can like mix and match. Because there's augments, but they're so minor and not essential to the gameplay.
I've weapons to sell. Truth be told, I'm of half a mind
Got
to
well-rounded
pack up a
stats. That's a good way to get like maxed out more efficiently. At least there's that.
What with the volcano growing more active of late as well. Always a pleasure.
'Tis most exhilarating to hand over such a sum.
You're no soldier, are you? I expect your journey was a long one. I'd not recommend camping. You'll awake neath a blanket of ash. I can give you a roof over your head at least.
Interesting though.
Always a pleasure.
Whatever 'tis you need, I shall gladly oblige. Stay with me, Arisen.
I am taking a slight defense hit to the head
Wait right there.
that I don't have. Like, this armor looks goofy as fuck, but at least it's all matching. Like, it'll look even fucking goofier if I had like a black hood on just for stats. At least it's funny.
A ballista is a ranged weapon.
Yeah, people liked Mystic Knight pretty well, right?
I've no doubt would catch our foes unawares.
I didn't play it in the original. Alright, well, let's check out this Talos. And then we're back to probably go buy that weapon. How much effort does it take to make the Trickster, like, useful? Is it just all based on debuffs and shit, or
This
what?
party is fit for adventure. Our strengths complement each other well.
Onward, adventure awaits.
You have my support.
Was it just dots? Like, what is it? I can't think of a single way to make it useful. Really, it's that fucked. Is it one of those just like typical Dragon's Dogma? We have the concept and there's zero execution in it. Like, it would be cool if it did this, and then it's like no effort to put into making it work. Wouldn't it be cool if there's political intrigue and then just nothing happens with it?
What a feat! The creature is vanquished.
It was more okay in the first game when they did that, because it was kind of just goofy and
Cloud's advance has been stalled as well.
oh, great. Kind of goofy and silly. Like they still had good enough combat and charm and stuff that the very crude, like, you know, 12, 13 years ago attempts that
Douse the flames before 'tis too late.
what is this? That's the drone. So let's see what there's these giant like slimes that I can't do anything to.
That was a skillful bit of thinking. You do your vocation proud.
I'll be on a horse. Yes, I don't want to do that. locked on my ass. Oh, its head, that's good. Do they not let me do counters on enemies anymore that are big? That is nuts.
We must rally. Panicking will only play to the enemy's advantage. Well done.
Parries you with the flexi. Defeat the headless horseman. He doesn't even have a heart. Okay, well that was kind of lame. I like dual hands. The horseless heads, dude. He's got his head. Where's his horse? I mean, maybe we're over leveled for that guy because I think he can fight that guy like in the starting zone somehow. I don't know if he's only at one place at night. Like it's a Medusa thing. Oh really? Does he pick you up and throw you? Dullahan's mastered the most powerful vocation, the Gravomancer. They're everywhere in the place.
Douse the flames before it is too late.
Telekinetic eating ability. That's very nice. Sphinx parent, are you stupid? Use an item instead.
Haven't you elected to listen?
Somebody kill this guy, man.
I thought it destroyed.
Would that there were some way to use it.
Use it. Wasn't this thing pretty much on our side for a bit? What the? And it will become big man. He's grown in height. 5'11" versus 6 foot, man. Where's he going? What is he doing? That's a big centipede. Look at them. He's just looking at him. Oh, this is a lindworm. What the fuck are you doing, man?
Behold! It moves!
Though what impelled it, I cannot say.
Ambrosius.
Go forth, Talos. May you strike down any dragon in your path.
Ambrosius. What are you doing here? High Talos. Follow Phaesius. Wait, Phaesius is
Tis a
here?
ballista arisen.
Who? Phaesius has been working to avert this world's destruction. Perhaps to find out what he intends. Well, I'm sure Glenn I revived him, and he just miraculously died in a cutscene. What? Are you afraid of a couple of fucking lizards, my guy?
This battle cannot be avoided. It is fight or die. By your leave. I shan't allow any further harm to come.
Can you fucking speak now?
You see, Arisen? We have naught to fear from any overgrown lizard.
Talos walk.
Hey.
Okay. I guess I'll go up, huh, buddy? What is going on, man? I mean, the money ran out. Fucking frame 1, I guess, dude. How do I get up to
It's no small wonder that Ox.
what? Did he lose? I hope you get one good kill in it. So if you stop it super early, he has to fight the Lindworm and the dragon? Does he kill them both in a cutscene like this?
Astonishing. It repelled the red clouds. Did the pawn within impel the statue to action?
Oh wow. You don't even get to see the fight? But he gets a more epic cutscene? I guess that's cute. Man, what a specific thing for them to make an entire cutscene on. You pretty much have to like unmake the guy before he reaches the town. And why does it have to be before the town? That's so arbitrary. It's not like that has anything to do with the dragon. Where's Phases? Oh, he's still here. Thoughts? Prayers? Man, let's just back.
So long as breath swells within my body, despair has no hold on me.
Okay.
Talos walk.
Oh yeah, he was using the Talos. Cool. Well, he did it. You can watch the fight from a distance with a good angle and would stop both the volcanic camp and the Moonglin Tower from being destroyed. The tower from being destroyed. Just stopping them early. You mean, or in the post game these get destroyed? No. Those there some cutscenes at the end or something where these get like blown up if you didn't do certain things? I mean, at least there's some consequence, I suppose, then. A little odd that the Talos walking through like a couple houses would make it so that it got erased from existence, but guess their homes, they don't have a whole lot of ties to their homes, man, outside the they can't just rebuild it.
We seem to have arrived without issue. But are we safe here?
Yeah, I get that. But you save them, that's like the whole goal, right? Okay, so you're saying you just don't have to go like do anything. It just doesn't have the vortexes because the palace just stopped them. So it makes the end technically easier, but you miss out on a boss fight that you can fight yourself. It's a cute thing. And that's only if you can kill the Talos before he takes like 10 steps. You pretty much have to have archer of some kind or an unmaking arrow. Got it. Okay, well that's cute. And I guess you get an achievement too. Wonder if you get any other stuff.
Could have foreseen that Talos would awaken and lend us its might.
All the other armories are here. Are they like underground?
Since times of eld, remember, draconic blood flows.
Oh well.
The veins of lesser drakes as well.
He's only Dragon Forges.
Then I bid ye farewell.
And
I
you
do
can't
so
both.
enjoy stocking up on supplies.
We mustn't overspend.
Right you are.
So where the hell are the smiths, man? Do they have to like manually walk the entire distance or something? Are they under the floor?
Since time, remember, draconic blood. Blood flows through the then I bid ye farewell.
Guess this looks pretty good for now. I mean, obviously this other boot's better, but
Draconic blood.
I'd rather save it for my dude. think it's just because my boots are
Flows to the
upgraded.
then I bid ye
Better.
farewell.
Nice feather. I mean, it's cool there's little secrets like that. I don't hate that. They just sometimes seem a little arbitrary or like in a way pointless sometimes. Those kinds of things are fun, and it's cool for replays or to discuss with people online like we're doing now. Well, I want to upgrade this stuff, but guess I'm gonna have to do it at a different smith, huh? For some reason all the smiths here are not here. I highly doubt I can fully upgrade this anyways. You probably need some rare shit.
There's a ladder here.
After you, Arisen.
The ladder, dude. Home. Home is where the ladders
It's
are.
admirable to, particularly if you are eligible for a special vocation.
Yeah, and everything's pricey.
Here to come again. Have you business with the guild, sir? I should be glad to assist. Do come again.
Oh yeah, because you're not safe from the fall. It'd be cool if you were. Then you could use it for some cool shit. Seems good. I just don't have enough skill
Troubled
slots.
times, but rest assured, our doors shall remain open. You know where to find me.
I mean, I suppose I don't need the double jump these days. Cutting one's a nice gap closer. I like Masterful Kill. It's always been a fun parry. Even though it barely works.
There was a patient man.
Formless Feint. It's the one that just lets you auto dodge everything, right? Yeah, it's pretty gnarly. No doubt broken. I just have more fun with like these. Damn, I can't just put it on and
Have you business with the guild, sir?
to the skill slots, my limiters, my stamina. Suppose if I have trouble with the fight, I'll go for it. Like, it seems good, it just seems kind of boring because it's sort of just passive.
Troubled times, but rest assured, our doors shall remain open and are much obliged.
Which would be fine if I had more options, but yeah. 4 is just so light. Granted, most fights all I do is just spam fucking
I should be
square
glad to
anyways.
assist you. Have you found any of the items we discussed, perchance? Do come again.
get more or less health? Like how the item menu is a better way to compare shit. Okay, so this is just a straight up.
Care in the world, just as it should be.
Whatever 'tis you need, I shall gladly oblige.
My max health really is dropped all of a sudden. If it's just the gear I'm using or what. Or is that because my max health is 854? I don't know if it's showing my max current or my max total. I think it's my max current. Just never had a look at it. That's about what it is.
Fancy a look at my wares? Come take a look. You'll be glad.
Medusa bone.
You did.
Where are those Medusas at?
Well met, son. How might I be of service?
That looks promising.
Come take a look.
What Medusas? You know.
You'll be glad you did.
The Medusas. One sec. Have a good drink. My brother's still not back yet. Weird. Maybe he's working late. Masterworks, oh, you can't go wrong.
Always a pleasure.
This ladder looks sturdy enough to climb.
Perhaps new discoveries await us above.
Oh, is the only way I can get over here? Around the sides? There's one single Medusa. Is that for like lore to make it kind of like the myths? Like what the fuck? Even in post game, there's only one. I'd like to fight it then, just to see it. Where is it? I assume it's out here somewhere. They mentioned it. You have to farm it. Is it essentially just the Hydra of this game? The Sigurd mark. Oh. It's like down here. It's up here. This one? Or was it down here? This one? This is where she is. The path up there. Alright. I can see it. Is there any other special way to get to this? Or is it an extremely long run? Let's walk out and see. Maybe we could just walk to it.
Well then, son, how might I be?
The docks. Right. Let's get this done while I'm here. I'd like to upgrade the weapons or see the Medusa. I mean, we've seen it once in the tutorial. Bizarre that it's in the tutorial there, but like in a completely different place otherwise. The docks in town. Are we like warp down there?
Somehow my feet always carry me.
You would gather materials here, Master? Can we really afford to carry more?
Is it time to finish the story about being
We shall
on
remain
the throne? Really, they care about decorum now? Hey, whatever happened to the fake Arisen? He was there in the cutscene going up to the tower, and then he was just gone. I have to go find Brant. Back down at the bar, because he's at the bar drinking right now. Yeah, I don't know where the docks are. I'll have to find those. Oh, the slums? That place? I guess there was kind of docks there. It was kind of sea level, wasn't it? Kinda.
What must needs be done?
Quiet at last.
Maybe that'll work. Oh wait, there was a dock there. Why would they have a dock on the north side of their town, not on the seaside? How the hell would you ever have any trade that way? Be a
Treasure
nightmare.
chest. Shall we see if we can't make our way over to it?
They don't think they're self-sufficient. Based. The fishing dock.
Your Majesty, how glad I am to see you, sir.
Damn, he's good.
Where have you been this past month?
He's just chilling at the bar.
World. Are things truly so dire?
Jesus, look outside, man.
Though, I am aware of the dragon attack on Melv. We received word that naught but a smoking ruin remains. 'Twas a tragedy, and I would not see it repeated. However, without a clear path,
Does that mean
we in
Ulrika's
the Guard should
dead?
be hard-pressed to forestall the impending crisis.
Where's Ulrika and them? Oh no, wait, Melv, they all escaped. Melv, that's right. They're all hanging out at Harvey or whatever. Melv was evacuated. So who cares? It wasn't a crisis at all. Maybe just some soldiers there. That crazy old guy can't escape, yeah.
You would have me evacuate the city? I see. Mayhap 'twould be for the best. Ever since the fall of Melv, the citizens of Vernworth have lived in fear that their home... If there is safe harbor to be found elsewhere, I believe we have naught to lose by seeking sanctuary. But I doubt I could convince the people of this city to abandon their homes. However, methinks your Majesty would do better to ask this of the Regent King. After the false sovereign vanished and the world was altered, His Grace has been the one keeping order here in Vermont. If the people will heed anyone, 'tis him.
Maintaining order in Vermont must be quite a burden upon the young Regent King. Let us aid him however we may.
No quarrel here.
So what happened to the false sovereign? And the mom? They just gave up? You know, the whole first half of the story, and technically still sort of something rumbling in the back.
What a waste of toil to polish up my gear for tomorrow.
I would appreciate your swift return, Master. A fell unease begins to gnaw at me when you are gone over long.
When does my watch end?
I miss my tutu, man. Yeah. More or less, jeez, it's chugging right now, man. Revving for something.
So you've come. I'm glad to
Well,
see
he's
you.
the king now.
Captain Brandt has already apprised me of your proposal.
Well, I guess that's what she wanted.
Full-scale evacuation of the city. Truth be told, I had reached the same conclusion. So long as we cower within these walls, we must live in fear of going the way of Melv. My ministers have approved the plans, and I have petitioned the encampment survivors and the Thieves' Guild for aid. The only remaining obstacle is my mother. I have tried to make her see reason, but of late she has taken to shut. However, I cannot bring myself to. If I cannot convince her, I mean to remain here and share in her fate. Now, there are a few matters I must attend to before we can evacuate. We will require several ox carts to carry the sick and aged out of this. Might I prevail upon you to petition the merchant at the ox cart station? You may assure him that the royal treasury will foot any and...
Okay. Hopefully you can convince your mama, dude.
Queen Regent Disa hardly leaves her chambers, and all her meals come back scarce between you and me. I fear for her health.
Well, what do you want me to do about it?
Have you come to claim my life, Arisen? Well, far be it from... But I shall go to the grave with a smile on my lips, for... So do as you will. I have no intention of begging for mercy. Do with me as you will. I fear you loathe me. I fear you loathe.
Okay.
Queen Regent Disa hardly leaves her chambers between you and me. I fear for her health. I fear you loathe me.
Okay. Is there some hidden thing you can do for her here?
Can't wait for the new equipment to come in.
I mean, yeah, I'd rather her be dead.
Would you be so... You may assure him that the royal treasure...
Okay. Gonna go ahead and, you know, if this guy wants to stay behind and die with his mother, you know what, man? That's his God-given right. It's a race against time. As long as you don't sleep, then it's not actually racing. I'll get out of here. This way. More running around. My favorite.
What ought I to do?
Running around in this fucking city, dude.
If he asks me again, I'll claw out his eyes. Yes, Master. I shall hasten to your aid. You are in need of healing. Allow me. Wait right there. There's a ladder here.
After you, Arisen.
As long as I get my gold.
We have chartered the ox carts as requested.
That was easy.
It is a pleasant change for things to go so smoothly, eh, Master?
Splendid.
Just 10 minutes of walking, that's all, buddy. Smooth as silk.
We shall await you here, Master.
I'm just gonna turn this in, but is there something you can do for her? To help old Sven. Old Svenny. You're required to do it.
Ah, you've returned. How fares your... Thank you. However, I cannot bring myself. If I cannot convince her,
What am I supposed to manually take her or something, or give her medicine?
Queen Regent Disa, between you and me.
I fear you loathe me.
Take things in her room.
Mayhap I'll buy myself a new sword next month.
Oh, the letter one. I'm surprised there's any actual tying in of any of these side quests to some of the shit. I mean, it's still pretty minor at the end of the day, but. I like how all, like, Raphazius is, like, working with us now. It doesn't even matter. You think we'd be able to give him the letter, but probably barely works.
However, if I cannot convince her,
He wishes for a meeting with her. I'm just gonna pick her up.
This armor's far from comfortable.
We'll see what happens.
What are you doing? Unhand me at once! Guards! Help me!
you have brought Mother to me. I see. My thanks, friend. You have done me a great service.
You brought Mother to me. Dude, she was 2 feet away. Just walk in the door.
Sven, you may leave us. Now that we can speak without a door twixt us, I am confident that I can persuade her. Mother, I beg you, join the evacuation. You need not fall with this city. I would not see you take your crimes wholly on your own shoulders.
His face, dude.
That weight is as much mine to bear as 'tis yours.
Like he's like, I can persuade her, then he just goes all out.
My son, you truly would make a fine and goodly ruler. Your kindness will save many lives. Of that I have no doubt.
He buys that Dread trinket. What does he give it to her here? Or do you just see it there? That was it? He persuaded her? Well, that was easy. Yeah, that missable quest, depending on if you just do some stuff slightly out of order because you didn't see her. Thanks for the worm's life crystals, brother. Where'd you get those? They're gonna out killing. Yeah, I imagine it doesn't change almost anything. It's cute there's some light stuff there, but yeah, I'm not surprised it just amounts to flags and not really a whole lot of extra budget. If they can barely put together a main story, I doubt they're gonna put together this like weave of quests and choices and all that stuff. Like I said, their world systems tend to be kind of shit. Much more on the exploration, which is also kind of iffy, and then the combat and all that. The setting.
It's not my intent.
Oh. And they have evacuated the people. Do I have to talk to Captain Brandt again, or is he pacing, man? Let's find out.
Got to work if I'm to put
see Brant again? Oh, no, he's right here.
I am glad your majesty has seen fit to assist the regent, king. Would you care to talk a moment?
Thank you.
What is your intent?
Talk to him. Okay, well, yeah.
Need anything?
I went to Sven first. Yeah, that's what I did. I went to the palace. That's where we're gonna get shit done. Like, yeah, the captain's, he's important. But I feel like we should probably, if we're in a rush, get to the royalty. Or you'd assume a captain would not be at the bar. It's really funny because there's no way the captain would be at the bar. But he's only at the bar because that's where he's always been in the gameplay. So they just put him at the bar anyways. It doesn't make sense in the world at all. Like during a cataclysm with like the nearest town getting erased, he would not be just chilling at the bar. Right? He would be found at the castle. Or, you know, on the field or leading troops or something. Pretty funny. But because that's literally been his post forever.
Us. Have you, master?
That's just where they leave.
Tis dark as pitch, master. Pray, light your lantern afore I trip.
Dude, it's fucking bright. Compared to how it used to be, this is great. I can see everything, bro. Do these new chests have anything in them?
I will protect you.
Oh, nice. I should probably check them more often. I've been ignoring Oh, okay. Ignore most of the chests. Probably 40 is one of those all heals now.
Tis a foe worthy of caution. Naught save our best.
Be wary. That fiend has the power to call forth spirits without end.
I doubt they serve it willingly. What say we liberate them? Reinforcements? Would that we had such resources. Prepare yourself!
Who do we got? I hope it's just like a Cyclops. Oh, is this guy a gun? I guess you'd get to fight him once no matter what, even if you destroyed the other guy right away. Slowly because sprinting takes so much stamina. Some infinite stamina barrier or something. My liquid vim barrier. What? What are you talking about? Why are you talking about that right now? All my health from the fall. What? Where did man look go? Oh, he's just hanging out.
We mustn't falter. If we do not expunge this evil from Vermont, all will be lost.
He's stuck.
Our foe is blessed of swiftness, yet the terrain is in our favor. With plentiful footholds on which to strike.
I don't really even see myself. Man, how am I gonna climb this shit? This head's literally twisting in on itself. out of stamina already, just trying to get to it. Infinite stamina barrier, this would be a good time for it. Died from a fall. You only die from falls in this game. Like, it's so fucking lame, man. They made this game like piss easy compared to the first one. But you still die a bunch because of like the dumbest shit, man. Like, you gotta have some kind of way to save me. If all these guys who fly just hang out up there, man. If there's gonna be something I can do, or some way I can hold back on my stamina. Anything, man. I just gotta wait. If you don't even have liquid vim, I guess you could just spam stamina equip like consumables, but. Just get up there and get on that. I think almost all my wake stones are either NPCs getting themselves killed or falls. Not even like real falls, like falls off fucking animals, man. Alright, well that's the last one of those guys, man. 2 is plenty, I think, for me.
Our foe was repelled by some miracle. Now this region shall be safe. At least for the time being.
Ugh. Do I need to evacuate Harv? It's like 2 feet away. What about the border town? What about the other border checkpoint? Yeah, why did the volcano if not the border town? I guess we could go check the Medusa. Yeah, really. Yeah, I got one more to do. But I mean, does it just end after that?
We've made it then. What's our first order of business, Arisen?
Oh, it doesn't. Oh. I already used the fairy stone. I mean, I haven't slept, so it doesn't matter. I haven't spent any time, right? Like to wonder why they even put the timer in there, man. Could just be set dressing, really.
Pray slow your feet. You run too
I mean, I'm under leveled too, man. It's been like cake.
fast for the likes of me.
Let us endeavor to keep up, though we are less fleet of foot.
Like, I mean, it can survive with not having difficulty of, you know, the adventure and rewards and all that's still good. I mean, it would be preferred if it, you know, probably did have some to make the fights feel properly tense.
Now there's a worthy prize. If only 'tweren't so far away.
What is this dude, man? Can I help you, brother? This guy more hardcore than any of those guys we just fought. It sure really seems like it.
You safeguard the Arisen, and I'll handle the remainder.
Oh, an arch conjurer's root.
Caution! Peril.
Jesus, how close do I gotta get, man? Oh, they're just everywhere? I guess I'll fight one for fun, huh? These lesser dragons sure seem stronger than the actual dragons from fucking the fire tornado hell, man. I'm flying again. I should probably get down. This is gonna result in a death. He's not gonna let me down, is he?
We can ill afford to rush headlong into battle. Let us watch our foe ahead. This simple minded creature, by all appearances, could easily redirect his focus with our attacks.
Fear not.
Just leave the climbing the same, but how more dudes we have to climb on them. What equipment do they even get? If you could just buy the best shit from that guy. Just the best of weapons. Oh, she's up. How did she get up? Can't wake stone on herself. They can't do that, right? Oh, I have no health again. Oh, this is super worth it.
You have to manage on your own. I've got my hands full.
That's enough of this. Seems like a slog. And everybody's just gonna fall off the cliff. Well, it's one of the second best items you can find in the shops in the post game, not the items the Dragon Forge sells. But the second, third uncomplete dragons called worm skulls, equipment you get from those predetermined unique each spawn. Oh, really? Interesting. What is the true post game, just farming these guys? What other shops even are there? Or when you like evacuate everybody, do they get like better stuff?
Now that they're not operating.
Arisen, I know of at least one location in the vicinity that may be of interest to you. Shall I tell you more?
Okay. Yeah, they showed them there, but they weren't there, so. Gotcha. They follow me. Dudes. I need to dismiss the Sphinx and then bring her back.
Finish every last one.
This guy is quite good with his shield there. He just took 100 lightning strikes and 2 people beating on him.
Was an unsettling thing, that dragon. But what was it, truly?
Is there aught this pawn might do for you? 'Tis a pity we must part after sharing such a journey.
Who's this creepy old man? No, that's right, you can't just summon anybody from here, dude. I have to go back to town.
Monsters left us a parting.
Because
I'll see it safely into
can you
my
just
pack,
summon
don't
them
you
from
worry.
any Wakestone, like any way you wanted in the original game? Or was that just to like refuel the pawns when their health was low? Cool change, for sure.
Scout undead!
Definitely need more reasons to have to run around. I guess they don't want you to be able to... Oh no, that's not even it. I said I guess they don't want you to be able to just like refuel your pawns on the fly, but you can just summon new pawns, man. Like it's exactly difficult to do. It's just a mysterious reason. Who knows? I don't doubt we could take the guy. I just don't know if I care to spend the time. His moveset seems pretty similar just to dragons in the first game. He's just got more blotches you gotta get on. I just want to see the Medusa. I should have killed Mal. Is there some way just to kill him where he stands?
A material.
We already like overleveled on her.
Things, these.
I could see it. I summoned them, but I don't think it summoned them. I think it just put them in there. Because when I hit the summon, I mean not summon, I mean to put them in here so I can summon them again. Clearly.
We meet again, Arisen. An unexpected reunion, but
I gotta summon one at a time.
Hail, Arisen. 'Tis plain I'm well glad to be traveling.
fancy look at my wares.
You are in need of healing. Allow me.
Wait a moment.
Yeah, I just figured we should see all the new dudes. I saw the rest of the Sphinx thing online because I didn't feel like doing the rest of the riddles. And we were so close to seeing where the story was going. Hey man, do you mind, bro?
I've been forsaken.
Done for.
Utterly despicable in particular.
Wasn't much of a fight. You just kind of shoot a bunch of bolts out. I mean, it's probably not much of a fight because they, I mean, you just fight her for like 5 minutes. It's cool though. The end making things cute. The Eternal Wakestone though seems kind of goofy. It seems like it's only for the infection pretty much. And it's so missable and super hard to get. It's more just kind of like a novelty. Because it's one-time use, the Eternal Wakestone, right? It just restores the life of anybody in the area, so I'm guessing using like a morgue or something.
I happen to understand Elvish, Master. I expect my master from beyond the rifts. I am attentive and loyal, and prefer to remain by you. My master from beyond the rift seeks the self.
Oh, these sphinxes are fucking strong. The 5 all heals.
Well met.
Weird. Yeah. Or
This is clearly the.
I could throw him off of a lead.
Going to carry
Cheeky
us
laugh.
somewhere. It could prove useful.
I dare say there'd be no harm in using this.
And resummon him. He'll be fine. This dragon's probably harder than anything we could fight out here.
Arisen,
get
I know
moving.
of at least one location in the vicinity that may be of interest to you. Shall I tell you more?
No. It's a different lich or whatever. White. Or does he just look different because he's out in the daytime? I already fought a few of them. Oh, I'm sure, yeah. Just target all the weak points in 2 seconds. A magic archer just sounds like probably the best ass-kicking class. I could have just took the deal the whole way.
Reinforcements have come to aid our foe. The fire must be put out ere our comrade burns.
Is she in there? Guessing not. Man, these motherfuckers really just chase you, man.
Whatever 'tis you need, I shall gladly.
What a feat! The creature is vanquished! And it appears the Red Cloud's advance has been stalled as well.
You have no need
What?
of my assistance at present.
The
but I
Red
shall be
Cloud's
ready to lend aid
advance.
at a moment's notice.
Huh? We just fought like a little dude, man. What are you fucking talking about?
Will someone not explain what...
It is a hobgoblin!
Dude, nice throw, man. Really? He threw it just like up and down and like 3 inches.
Oh, I like that.
That looks so goofy. You should have just smacked me with it.
That was a skillful bit of thinking. You do your vocation proud.
Where's this shit at? Can I even get there still?
I'll gather this. It might be of use.
There are useful ingredients to be gathered here, I'll wager.
Shall we see if there's aught to be found while we're here?
Who's this guy? Oh, is this one of those dogs from the first game? Dark Arisen? They call the Garms.
I shan't allow any further harm to come to you.
Downgraded to just some dude, huh?
My sword strikes true!
Cool.
And here I was, hoping for some great treasure. Now I feel a fool.
We cannot expect gleaming treasures round every corner.
Medusa. Medusa.
Very well. I shall return.
So is she up here? In the woods? Oh yeah. There is a stone man here.
That was impeccably timed, Arisen.
Good.
Arisen, I know of at least one location in the vicinity that may be of interest to you. Shall I tell you more?
Over here.
My curative magics are at your disposal.
Nice counter.
Wait a moment.
Must be way tighter timing than it used to be. Now my pack's gonna fill up way quicker because I'm trying to grab a loot. Get fairy stones.
I can't let you get away. I must dominate before it is too late.
I like it. It's a different way of like fighting instead of just smashing, but it was a little more rough to use out.
And I take the rest. When I get my hands on you.
Just for fun. Yeah, the window in the first one was pretty big. You just had to make sure to stop. This is more like parry timing, but a lot of the enemies with low FPS and all the bushes and stuff are really hard to see do anything. And I don't know if it even works on big guys like it did in the first game. Like on a small guy, you're better off just grappling them. There's not really much point in going hard, but it's, I mean, it's like it's fun to fuck around with, I guess, right? Okay, you can. It's not bothered then. That must be where she is. They set up work critical for.
Tis done, Master. Now a fairy stone can whisk us here whensoever we desire. Hang in there, Master! I'm coming to assist!
A Medusa stalks us.
Where its gaze? Therein lies its power to petrify.
I must say, becoming a statue was a feat I'd sooner avoid.
Okay.
One of us has been poisoned!
Was most effective. Wherever the whole thing travels, at least petrified not to keep it in place.
Clear your mind of such distractions. You must focus on the belly.
Turn that head off, huh?
We must rally. Panicking will only take us less advantage.
Unless it's like switching to her back or something. And if you do enough, it just kills her with a headshot when she dies. So again, I think I'm too big for this game's climbing.
Remain in the shadows, avoid being petrified.
worth it. Whatever, dude. Medusan spellbow. Well, I mean, I guess we saw it, so it was worth it, bros. I got one Medusa bone. Oh yeah. Where do you see their oh, earns the wielder X? Okay. How many things in this game actually have that kind of shit? Like special effects. There's a few in the original game, but I haven't really seen much. Oh, it's just that. Less equipment slots and
Perhaps it's best to live and let live.
Master, are you unharmed?
oh, I'm very hard. Can you fucking attack? So fun. What of non-entity? An upgrade, this might be better. More interesting. Black hat. You're telling me that's the only Medusa.
Oft have I savoured the joy of...
Interesting choice. Maybe they didn't put a bunch of those in because they suck or something? I have no idea, man. I'm trying to understand why they put a bunch of the dudes from the first game all over again everywhere, but not like some of the new ones like the Dullahan or this chick. I mean, if they wanted them to be more rare and special, but God knows the game needs the variety, man. Pristine condition. I don't know how you'd sever it. I just was up there slashing like crazy. I don't know if because I'm so big it doesn't know where to slash and I was just hitting her in the back somehow for full damage. Who knows, man. Oh well, we saw it.
rising triumphant from a hard-fought battle. Owe that to you, Arisen.
Yeah, I've never been here. Are these the elves? Surprised there was no story shit to this. They talked about elves, man, but I didn't see shit. What's up, guys?
I'll harvest what I can, should it please you.
Do you think you could evacuate? You know, we've never met, but
Akaya, Arumefa in Iterond.
I don't speak that shit.
Atele el... Alia nun...
You need 2 granite Medusa bones, a black freakish mane. That's chimeras, right? I thought I needed a dragon scale for this. Or does it depend on who you do it from? How they can do it? I needed 2 dragon scales. Does different vendors require different shit? It changes on the person.
Where? In
But
Lalastar.
why?
This
Whatever,
is
I
my
guess,
first
man.
time clapping eyes on such an item. I expect my own
Different
master
places
has
have
yet to even
different
discover
stat
it.
changes. So you can get shitty upgrades. Yikes, man. Okay, they did mention that at the beginning, the smithing style thing, but I thought that was just going to be a manually done thing, and then I just forgot about it. Like I just chose, and it cost different things, right? That's how it would make sense, right?
Ingredients are
But no, it's
plentiful
another
hereabouts.
reason to fucking
No harm in
travel
taking a
an
view.
obscene fucking distance, man. Batal is strength, Ramon is general, and dwarf is knockdown. I'd only want to upgrade in Batal. And they're in a different place now.
I'd wager there's ought to be found here.
Elelote and fear and osto silfa malantha alecano mine in fair avehu.
Oh, it works for armor too. Jeez. Dude, why is Manlet never here? Get the fuck over here, dude.
Then I shall remain by your side.
Really? Okay.
Elelote osto silfa malantha.
That's a lot of running around, man. I mean, in the post game, they all just get it together, but I mean, the game's over at that point, right? And who cares anymore? Like, what are you even supposed to do with the gear at that point? And having to run around the entire world thousands of times. I mean, I guess that Fairy Stone drops more helps, but I mean, I guess, yeah, you just do it at the home, or at the home base. Seems like a too little too late thing. I mean, that's cute. Yeah, once again, it just seems kind of like an idea. And the why. The execution is like super cheeks as usual. Like, wouldn't it make more sense you like maybe unlock the ability by like learning from them, and then you could like apply it yourself, or you bring a certain smith, or like the smith like books or something. I mean, I guess that's how you would do it like in a different game. Maybe not as immersive, but use it. Asking people to run around for minor stat gains, like, yeah, people will do it if they just want to push it to the limit, but yeah, I mean, it's like, there's no problem with it existing. It's just like, that could have been maybe like a cool little thing people could interact with more commonly. But I mean, whatever. The biggest problem is that it's different materials, and some of them are probably a pain in the ass, and some of them are probably not.
In spite of our amicable...
A room fa in Iteron.
The root may fall on it around.
Etel finent high.
Yeah, it's funny all of them need Medusa, but it was that way in the original game, where you had to wait for like the 2-3 week long dragons to respawn over and over for some stuff. It's not like the Medusa was even all that special, man. Like, she was alright. Like, why that one? If you just want to make sure players go out and find her, just have it require one. Yeah, I mean, the Hydra's cooler. Big bosses tend to be cooler in this. Small bosses, climbing them feels like shit. Anything humanoid can do some cool stuff, but they gotta make it work, man. Like chopping off all the Hydra's heads and trying to like use precision, like stabs and stuff, or like when I was on the fucking assassin, I'd shoot it in the mouth. And then it would reel, and then I'd jump on it, and I'd start stabbing at the head, and then another one would pop up. And if you got them all or cauterized them, you could do like super damage, and the Medusa just whips you off, and then you can get right back on. It's like, okay. Like, I mean, it's sad. I'd rather just have the Hydra back at that point, right? I mean, if you're just gonna bring everybody back, might as well bring the Hydra back too, right? Like, it's cool there's new dudes, but a lot of them kind of suck. Or they're just like variants. You still end up fighting the same fucking goblins, same fucking cyclopses and ogres galore. I mean, I wanted to put stuff from my other allies in there. Like, it's still fun. like, I mean, I don't like knock anybody who enjoys it or anything. Like, it's just like, you're just wondering, like, what happened, man? Like, what's up? Yeah, I said that at the beginning of the game, and I still kind of stand with that. I feel like even the returning guys feel like they've been tranquilized. Like, they just are slower and don't attack as much and kind of just take hits. Like, I feel like for most enemies in the original, I had, like, strategies, and like I said, I liked the precision of combat a little bit better. I mean, it wasn't, like, crazy, but everything feels very, like, contextual, like, auto, like, magnetized to stuff, and you lurch around a lot more. It doesn't feel, like, super precise how I move and shit. I mean, that's probably for pretty animations and stuff. It definitely doesn't feel like it's because there's supposed to be some weight and heft to your movement, and that's supposed to add difficulty and immersion. The system just, I mean, I'm like jumping in the air doing millions of spins with Helm Splitter. We're clearly not going for realism, so it's like, I just don't really get it. It shouldn't even be in the cards that we're comparing this combat to the first one. It should just be like way better. Just give me 8 skills and it would be automatically better, right? Like, there's new classes. It's still fun enough, right? Like, it's you know, better action combat in an RPG than most, but it's like, you're looking somewhere to fall in on, right? You know, you're looking at the first game, you know, how have we evolved? There's so much potential. You're like, okay, you know, the exploration's alright. It's a lot of, like, little shitty caves, and the side quests have been decent. I haven't done all that many. The new monsters aren't that great. The enemy varieties aren't that great. The story's horrible. You're like, so where do I look, right? You're like, oh, maybe it's that combat. Like, no, dude. The combat's fine, but it's still pretty lacking, man. Don't know, man. It's interesting. Like I said, I'm not like, you know, saying there's nothing wrong with enjoying it. It's not a bad game, but I definitely find it very disappointing and baffling. It's interesting to talk about, but I guess we'll get into more as we go. We got the big old end of the game chit chat. Like, I mean, I've had fun doing the post game and stuff here. It's been cute. I mean, it's like a problem every left and right. But I mean, whatever. Was there any new dudes I haven't fought? The Lindworm proper, I guess, right? I didn't do the Gregorio refight. It just looked like the first games. Maybe there's a finale. Let's find out. I don't think anybody. You should not want to buy or get pumped for something in hopes that eventually it will be fixed, right? Like, that is not a world you want to be in. Like, maybe it will, but that's not. I would like to not have that be the standard more and more and more. That's very bad. Also, there's too many fundamental things that would need changing, right? Could they put a bandage on it like Dark Arisen, Eternal Fairy Stone proper, give you 8 skills instead of 4? It wouldn't even probably break the fucking game. Rework some of the classes a bit, a hard mode. I mean, new enemies, that's going to be a lot more money and effort, so it's unlikely. So, like, they could do some of that, but I don't know. The feel of the combat, like I said, the precision, you know, the enemy attacks and the variety and the placement, that stuff's a little bit harder. The world systems, like the broken stealth shit and the NPC quest lines that don't make sense, that they're supposed to be doing something but you're not, and like the story and stuff. Like, they're not gonna like change all that shit, and some of that doesn't matter that much, like the story, right? But like, they're not gonna change the entire world. Like, oh, all of a sudden, instead of just mostly caves everywhere, it's gonna be all sorts of really unique cool shit. And there is some cool shit, like the Sphinx find, and I mean, I guess the Medusa and all that, right? There's elves up here. It's definitely more than the first game, but is it really that special in general? I'm not walking a corner and something awe-inspiring is happening, right? Not that it has to always be that way, but I just never had the pull. Like, they're not going to change that low-scale, immersive traveling feel to something stronger. Like, or make that feeling come out stronger, right? Like, the quests still require too much back and forth. The enemy placement, the density of quests, how many times. Like, I mean, I guess technically this game is at least one kind of like journey. Like, you do kind of just do a journey, so in a way it could be this cool travel feel, but when you're in these places, there's a lot of fooling around, especially in the beginning, and side quests are bad on that front. I don't know. It's... some of that definitely could be changed. I don't see them reworking most of the game systems. It made its money. They might put out a DLC. I don't like this idea of, hey man, it's good now because it's not good now. It'll be good in a DLC. Like, what? Like, does it... And to be fair, Dark Arisen wasn't that fucking good, man. Like, yeah, it's probably way better than the core game, but it still was fucking full of flaws, man. Like, yeah, the dungeon was cute, and there was some unique fights and stuff in there, but it wasn't that great of a fucking dungeon, man. Like, it still had all sorts of fucking problems, and the base game was like, it was still the same old shit. You just had an Eternal Fairy Stone. It's just like, I mean, yeah, I mean, this, like I said, feels like downgrade Sidegradeville to the first one. But people are acting like it's gonna become God's gift all of a sudden.
Aren't you forgetting something?
I don't know, man. Sure, that's great. If it does, that's awesome. I have no problem with people updating their game and making it better. I just don't think that should be like the expectation. Reminds me of Metal Gear Solid 5. Bro, Kojima's plan. It's all gonna come together when all the nukes get disarmed, and you know they fucking stopped him from being able to show his whole plan, man. You know, it's a great game. It's like, okay, you know, like how much cope are we fucking on, man? Like, it's fun. I still like it. I don't like hate it. I just find it extremely disappointing. And I've kind of just been beelining it. I mean, I've stopped and smelled the roses here and there. But I'd be curious how many people actually finish this. Alright. Now we fight the worm. Cool. What's he gonna play like?
There was something abnormal about that dragon.
What do you mean of what you can't say? He's a worm. That's what that's weird about him. Like, once again, this game is like a lot of ideas. And in some areas there's a bit of execution. Like the combat and some of the atmosphere and shit, but it's like the first one, man. It's mostly like, ooh yeah, the ideas are cool. It's really funny, I've been watching people like review this game who've like not played the first one, and it reminds me of me talking about the first game. Like, to the T, man. There's so much ambition, there's so much cool stuff that's unique, and the feeling of like, oh, music's cool. I'm sorry, I mean, I love it, rock. They're like, oh, it's so, there's a lot of ambition, and you know, they try to do all these systems, and there's so much potential, and you know, the climbing combat, the action combat's cool, and you know, they could do something cool with it. And it's like, yeah, that was the first game into this game, bro. How many fucking games does it take to capitalize on it? Just a little bit. I'd say it needs to become like God's gift. Like I said, absolutely nothing other than enjoying it. I think there's plenty to enjoy here still. Like, I have fun with this shit. This is kind of neat. But it's just like, it's like a Tears of the Kingdom for me. Yeah, I had fun, but it's like really disappointing for me. And I mean, I don't have a lot of nostalgia for Dragons. I played the first one like a month ago. So I mean, this is like, you know, I've got the most probably like recency, you know, tired that could be of like them redoing anything, right? So I think if you haven't played the first one in like a long time, that's definitely Limp Puss. This is neat. I mean, this is like the dragon, but like less generic. That one's just a variant, which I don't mind a variant. I mean, Jesus, I'll take anything. This is kind of like an advanced version of that idea. Sadly, it's the same idea as every boss in this endgame, where you climb on them and hit pustules of shit. But I mean, that leans into the climbing more. The climbing feels just as shitty as the first game, but like at least you can do it. I'm not gonna lie, playing this makes me want to replay Shadow of the Colossus. Kind of sometimes I'm like, oh man, it's cool to fight a bunch of unique bosses that I climb on and all that stuff. I'm like, oh wait, there's games for that. It's fine. At least it's like a big boss, and just like some small thing. I mean, it seems really janky. But hey, what Dragon's Dogma boss isn't?
Allow me. Hold right there.
Give no quarter. You'll receive none.
Strike fast and true, and our quarry shall fall.
And the Hydra was jank about climbing on it, but at least that had spectacle. This has spectacle too. I think that was the problem with the Medusa and the Dualon, is there's not that much spectacle on them. They kind of just sit there. The coolest part about Medusa was when I walked in the cave and she was like, I was like, oh dude, it's just like in the myths. And then I just climbed on her and she flung me off, and I climbed on her again and she flung me off, and that was kind of the end of it. The Dualon was like, you could barely even see what he was doing. You're just cranking. It was cool. You could like parry you. I like the idea of like a more melee oriented like boss, but I kind of wish he was on a horse. I mean, he's alright. You know, I wouldn't. You wouldn't complain about the Dualon if it didn't feel like you were like a drowning man in a desert when it came to like monster parade and shit. Yeah, I wonder how Dragon's Dogma Online was.
We can get in close enough the moment it comes to a standstill, we might just be able to climb upon it.
Understood.
So is that he's climbing the thing. It's good the post game has like unique boss. I'm trying to climb this guy to get some light. Down. Do I get a hit the head? Oh, he's got one more on the inside. The problem with this boss is he kind of has to do these like little scripted movements, it feels like. And then you could just play again. He doesn't really do anything, he just like moves, and it's cute, but...
Not far to go now. Keep your focus. Well done.
But I mean, I like it enough.
The fire must be put out ere our comrade burns.
Snakes. Definitely not enough of them. Bugs. Buddy. She used the thing.
Don't waste this chance. We must press over and on.
He's a neat climbing boss. Like I said, I think you just get more overly critical over every one of these bosses because it's like there's so few movies.
Our foe is repelled by some miracle. Now this region shall be safe. At least for the time being.
Okay. Don't the elves need evacuating? Oh, meanwhile, where I'm standing. Guess I'll go back to the elves real quick. They let me. I love the meanwhile.
I see you do not relent. Your persistence is most intriguing. What, alas, would that the world had not come to this, for I am certain that your tale would have been a glorious.
Pretty glorious right now.
Was not to be.
Feeling pretty glorious. Okay, back to the elves. What do they want me to do for them? Where even are the elven leaders?
Materials, eh? I shan't deny. They have their uses.
Will auto see the person? I kind of already ran around everywhere is why I was kind of thought there was nothing.
Ronde Minotaur.
Our packs are heavier and our purses far lighter.
Spending so freely offers a unique...
What has become of this world? We cannot be sure we will be safe here.
No.
You think we need to evacuate? I see. I should gladly follow you. But I fear my father will not be...
He didn't auto-talk to me like the rest of the
Nonetheless,
people
we
did.
can but try.
As Arborist, Sir Taliesin is the leader of the Elven people. Let us follow our guide that we might speak with.
You have my support.
Hey man,
Lungtena peli telume. Ane martir tindume ingarina.
we kind of got shit to do, brother.
Ne veo norwende liske.
Kasinke telpi nun karilm ilmen arkael.
Mornambue roth erur ne kemen malantar ingadur.
Kemen indur kanyan. Eteler le afermor eldalia eralo.
Well, go ask the people, and then
I am afraid my father has closed his heart
can
so
split up.
tightly. If only the arbor heart were restored to health.
Only the arbor heart was restored to health.
Lungtena peli tel.
How are we gonna do that, man?
I am afraid my father has closed. If only the arbor heart were restored.
Lungtena pel.
Is that like a whole quest line? I mean, just ask the people. Like, hey, maybe some of you don't want to die here.
Has no one else noticed?
Non te nembawe.
Kana el Kemenhum. The sky glows.
Fear Alakaliel.
There is naught more you can achieve.
Hey, what did you say? Oh, did we not
Master,
save
My
them?
heart knows no greater peace
Because
than
we
when
didn't
I'm
do
by
the
your
quest line
side.
here beforehand. Is that what she said? I was climbing, I was pressing the A button to climb, or the X button. Alright, well. Leave it to the elves to want to kill themselves. I don't know. Is there? Also, nobody's here. Guess they didn't make it. Oh well.
Since times of eld, remember. Draconic blood flow.
They didn't make it, bros. Yeah, you probably just have to do their quest line. Game masquerading like it has actual choices and consequences. Which technically it does, but like there's much of a plot or a story or sandbox to anything going on, right? It's just a few fucking checks here and there. For the sake of a story, yeah, I'm not too worried about. I mean, that'd be cool. It's like, I mean, I'd like to do the major stuff. I just, yeah, I mean, can't go back there. Seems pretty goofy. You need to evacuate the elves at Sacred Arbor before Batal. Oh. Let me see here. You have to talk to him over 3 days? Is that true? How long do you have in this to win? Yeah. Oh, it stopped. You have like 4 to 5 days. Okay, I have no idea. There's people who are saying you need a pawn that can speak Elvish. You can go back and talk to people like who I can speak English. You can wait 2 to 3 days and he'll just give in eventually because you're persistent.
Pray, call upon me again another time.
How about you just let me do something for you, buddy? The idea of having to wait 2 to 3 days in something where you have a timer. Well, my timer's stopped, even though there's like a big one in the middle of the map.
There are more who can yet be saved. Arisen. I know of at least one location in the vicinity that may be of
Let's
interest.
find somebody who speaks Elvish. How do you even fucking find that, dude? Okay, so I can just do whatever I want now.
Shall I tell you more?
Oh, the Sphinx one does.
Ananduin.
And I don't understand what they say otherwise. Is that the idea?
Nun liatilmo. Findamun. Yarmen ran soron.
Gotcha.
All that remains is for you to fulfill your final duty, to witness this world's end with your own eyes.
No, I've still got to save the alt.
Kana el kemin.
Dir al-Khalil.
Andil.
The sky glows red. That looks promising. Any ideas as to how we might reach?
Ananduin.
Pelinol Wendes. Elalia. Louis.
If only the Arbor heart were restored to health.
Lungtena pe.
I guess I'll go wait 3 days. Got a bench? Do I have to spend money every I got the money, man.
Fa al wasil non via palan. My tinifir milko.
Ilmen arenfanne.
I can't wait to find out what...
This doesn't fuck anything.
what's inside.
Elelote and fi osto silfa malantha alecano mine in.
We must rest.
Yeah, it's expensive.
Was just as daunting to... Our adventure continues.
Come, we've much to be getting on with. Feeling rested, I trust?
Ronde minita.
Dir al-Khalil.
Aught is amiss with the flow of time.
Kiriando an mindor hiroth.
I'm afraid my father. If only the Arbor heart were.
Just keep talking to him.
Kiriando an mindor.
I'm guessing over a few days.
Kiriando an mind. Kiriando an mindor. Kiriando.
This is new dialogue in the first place. So.
Must you run so fast? I can hardly keep you in my sights, Arisen.
Elelote and fi osto silfa malantha alecano mine.
There are worse things than turning it.
Now we've the vim to tackle the day ahead.
Off we go then.
Feeling rested, I trust?
Ilmen arenfanne.
Salma arenfa. Alecano nandewi.
Lungtena peli telume. On the va. Lungtena peli telume. Lungtena pe.
I am afraid my father has closed. If only the Arbor Heart were restored to health.
Lungtena pe.
I mean, I guess if my timer's froze, it's fine, man.
There's a chest. I shall take a look inside.
I mean, if they expect you to do this, then since I haven't wasted a single day, surely it would be fucked, right? Even if the timer was still going.
Might there be ore?
Elelote and osto silfa malantha alecano mine.
We must rest.
Nandawin fe no Edilron Anuna.
Intal ne Malanta?
There are useful ingredients to be gathered here, old wager.
Shall we see if there's aught?
Let's see you try and play it, so really.
Found while we're here.
I guess I didn't actually need that. If you're just annoying enough, it's plenty.
Fionar elwe arfarne. Alcarwa firnun eldaya. Vanalin huror soron. Sorne an fameltor.
The elves have evacuated,
Okay.
leaving their ancestral home behind. But surely their survival is worth such a cost.
A resounding success.
What did we just get? Only I could see. Yeah, true. I hate how they work. And I have to always come out here. Okay, it is to save it. Well, I guess the people at the border town, I mean, meh. They're not everyone. They're not city folk. Those are the only kinds of folks who truly matter. Pretty treacherous to travel anywhere in this game. It's constant finding. Like, you're gonna probably lose most of your people every single time.
I've wet. Truth be told, I'm of half a mind to pack.
Yeah, the checkpoint's like full of people. I guess because it's just a checkpoint, not like a capital. And the volcano town is just like technically the town in a new, location. Yeah. Heaven's Key. Are these the best daggers? Is it the ones I have on still? Oh, okay. See, this guy takes dragon skill, but then he also takes the Medusa bone. So.
Always a pleasure.
Not buying? That's just as well. Better to be selective than...
Since time, remember, draconic blood flows through the veins.
Yeah, if only it didn't require,
of lesser drakes as well.
Killing a fucking enemy, that's a huge pain in the ass. It's So what? You'd have to like sit here and wait like. The weapon's called Dragon's Dogma. You get a chief just for buying that one. The fucking sword. Fucking obsession, dude. We truly were the Dragon's Dogmaers.
What ye reap. And I shall. Then I bid ye farewell.
Come take a look. You'll be glad you'd always a pleasure.
Where's the dwarves? Even around yet? Oh.
I happen to understand Elvish, Master.
Oh, here he is.
Well met, sir.
El Lord.
Stop by again soon.
Not just like for fighting a lich or something. Is there liches and whites in this? God, he's always behind. Really? What is up, man?
Very well. I shall return.
Oh, special skeleton. Yeah, I figured. Okay, it's time to become the Dragon's Dogma 2. I assume there'd be a big fight. I don't know against what though. That one motherfucker following us around. The ghost dude chick. The elves didn't make it here yet, but that's okay. They're here in spirit. Credits. Is this Super Gregorio? He's taking in all the world's hurts. The Shadow Dragon. At it big, we'll see, but yeah, it's the finish. Oh, mate. See you at everybody else. Hang out with Super Gregorio. And Fat Greg. Thanks for the ride. Was that just so we could get a ride? He did all that? Are we gonna God's Bane blade him again? Oh wait, there's a new fucking... I assume there's nothing special going on here.
Uncountable created, only to be snuffed out like candles by the cold breath of oblivion. Eventually, the Great Wheel, tired of witnessing this,
I'm sure you can't follow it.
it sought to overturn oblivion by granting unto it a duty, an identity. I speak of the dragon. By the Great Will does the dragon create a cycle, allowing it to forestall the end of this world time and time again. Yes, there is. This world has been safeguarded by the dragon.
I barely understand what you're talking about.
You yourself were chosen to form a part of this cycle. The Arisen is selected by the Great Will to play the role of the dragon's counterpart. That is how this world is built. The dragon serves to continue the cycle, and the Arisen exists to oppose it.
Yeah, we know. But didn't you just say that God set that up because they're bored? The Dragon's Dogma 2.
Once, everyone in this world had a role to play. For a well-crafted tale has no excess. There must be a reason for each character's inclusion.
Oh, we got more exposition.
That should even one of these characters stray from their assigned role, the tale entire will unravel. And if it does, their world will end. Such is the choice you have made, Arisen. By rejecting your own duty in this world, you have robbed all others of the chance to fulfill the roles they have set. Pawns are no exception.
Toasting your own wing, Greg. Is this exposition dump? Whoa. Oh, and it interrupted it. Just fucking... Can't even get the fucking end right, man. First game has you riding on the dragon while shit happens, but then it ends in the fight, and before it was a chase scene. I guess having the credits gonna be cute. Oof. Are we falling up or down? Can't tell. I guess that's the mountains beneath us.
I am no longer a mere vessel. Your great will has imbued me with a lesser will of my own.
Okay.
Will is power. It is the means to shape the world as one desires.
Nice will.
Oblivion fades. This tale's end has been unwritten. My heart, it aches.
Yeah, because it just got stabbed. Are they not supposed to go through you?
A new world comes. A new tale is set to unfold. Yet, it seems I will not be there to watch it.
Okay. So, was the dragon talking, but is the dragon also, like, God watching the Giga Cook? I don't get what they're going for. I mean, partially I get what they're going for, but it's also fucking slap jobbed and exposition heavy. It's like, whatever, man. Nice FPS. Closure, yeah, definitely. Oh, that was it. Yeah, this is a cool scene. Just at that one spot, that dark, shadowy, foggy area. Not much for that, man. Hey, do you remember this character that I did the side quest for? Yeah, cool giant dragon. Well, if you want to fight the giant dragon, you gotta do the normal ending.
Open my eyes on the world, oh, without hope, without pain. I'm alone in a world full of turmoil and strife, but I'm alive, and I know I'll survive. I will make it.
Oh yeah, Merrick. I was wondering if some of these dudes just showed up because I did the quest or not. Do they just scroll a cutscene if you don't have them? I mean, this guy got out and I barely fucking did his shit.
Raise the curtain and let the drama unfold. All told, that we
I mean, at least there's some kind of tie-in for doing side stuff. Oh, it's at the service of a pretty questionable narrative. Also, this song's probably a little too decent for this story, man. I don't think they owned this credit scene very well, but that's alright. Is there one for the Sphinx? Is she like, fuck? Oh, they do scenic shots instead. I like some of these scenic shots, man. I'm happier this way. Nice environment. My dearest friend, though, she's one. Brant, my guy, number 2. Damn, I didn't even have sex with them, man. I mean, I guess she has a lot of sex, it doesn't mean as much. She literally fucking has sex for livings. All elves. Your main pawn. 101. Oh, really? What's that? I probably threw him around too much for that. Give him a little kissy on the dragon snout. Or did I see that? I don't know. I guess I had to gift him more shit. It's cute. There's all sorts of little changes, man. I really like that stuff, little details and stuff for replays. I kind of wish almost that the core stuff was better and then the details stuff came after. That's where it's most impressive, is when there's like, man, look at all this, and then there's all that extra shit on top of it. All the details, but the fucking meat's missing. I shouldn't say it's missing. It's not like fucked or anything. Well, a bit. It depends. Well, is there more after the credits? I don't want to get too into discussing it yet. Oh, undead female one. My waifu. Yeah, there's White and Drake. Or not what? Whites and Lich. Nice song. I didn't notice the music much on this. There's a few. I guess we can start discussing. I don't know how long. It's worse? Why is it worse? Do you make love to him? I mean, that sounds like a good ending to me. Do they turn into you like in the first game? Sullivan, Timur. Oh, they go back in a human form. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of like the idea of him changing as like a sacrifice almost, out of his own will. But just going back seems kind of like he could just do it whenever. Oh, really? Well, that kind of sucks. But I mean, it's still cool that there is something. He's just magically back to being a dragon. I mean, it'd be fun if it was like you're mad, like it was like some telekinesis, like talking through the waves. But well, anyways, man, what'd you guys think of this game? If anybody has a big spiel they want to say on it, they're tired of hearing me bitching about it, I'm about to talk for a while about it. We can discuss all sorts of bits and bobs that you guys want to talk about. But I was trying to see if there's like post credits, but okay. Yeah, I'll have to watch some other people run through some of the end and shit. I mean, you've probably heard me talk about it a lot already, so it's not gonna be anything new, but I don't know, I feel like it's obscure lore from the first game, whereas the Arisen travels from their ponders and identity starts to rub off on them, they begin to think and feel like a human. Yeah, because in the first game they just become you. And you essentially just kind of give them, yeah, like, will and life and all that. So I guess it's supposed to be kind of similar, the dragon thing, and then turning back into a human, then turning back into dragons. Maybe a little convoluted way of doing it. I kind of almost liked how they did it in the first game. Where you just turned and that was it. To you. Yeah, I did all the quests in the first game. That's definitely where they talked about it. Because her master was an Arisen, the dead granny witch lady. And then she gets a personality, and then you can have her stay in your home forever. And then that's kind of the end of it. But Enemies felled 999. What a absolute failure. Or unit, depending on that. Oh yeah, cut it. I'm pacifist. I didn't go for the quadruple digits, man. Shortest Dragon's Dogma 2 playthrough? Probably not. I've seen some people have like 12-hour playthroughs who bust the story. Like, I did a fair bit of side shit. I just kind of dabbled in it more than really went all the way on all of it. Well, yeah, it's an insanely short main story. The post game was a pretty big chunk of it, really. And I didn't even have to do a lot of that. I noticed the dragon's head was cut off in that fucking fountain, bro. Pretty metal. The water's spewing out of its neck like it's blood. Christ, man. Was it always like that, man? Probably. I never really looked at it much. I was like, oh, just a statue of some dude and some dragon. Okay. So yeah, I would say I would say I prefer the first game, probably a fair bit. While this game has its upgrades in small areas like location variety and visuals, having more voice acting, stuff like that. I find a lot of it where it really counts is either a side grade, like it's just different, and sometimes a downgrade. Stuff like the combat for me not feeling as precise, the enemy variety, stuff like the story, how gear works. Like, it's mostly just the stuff you buy. The rewards for running around aren't terribly interesting. Stuff like that. But really the big thing, and we could talk about each little piece if you guys want to talk about stuff, for me is more just how this fits in as a sequel. It's like a Tears of the Kingdom problem, where, well, with Breath of the Wild it's actually good, but it has more potential, where the first one's like kind of fucked and crude and poorly executed and unfinished, but has charm and a lot of potential to do something really cool, because you could see in the first game elements that are unique, that are neat, and like a somewhat AAA kind of budget, right? The immersive kind of walking around, like it's slower, you have to be more methodical about, you know, where you're gonna go and, you know, how big the stakes are right off the bat. The action combat, being able to climb enemies and puzzle out enemies and master like special techniques. The pawn system, how you customize them and adjust them and kind of fit them to fit a party, and how they can morph over time. All very cool, very, you know, has a lot of potential for neat stuff. That it's just like raw dark fantasy, you know. Nowadays there's like Souls and stuff, you get plenty of dark fantasy, but not as much back then. So it's like there's a lot of cool stuff. It's just not done very well in the first game, but it's done well enough, and it's in a brisk enough pace, kinda, depending on if you do all the side quests. I did them all in the first game. It gets kind of old, probably 60, 70 plus hours in, but there's potential there. And then they fix a little bit of the quality of life with the DLC to kind of alleviate some of that, because I feel like some of the ambition, some of that quest design, some of that travel stuff doesn't really quite work out how they want it to. Like, to be able to have a complete, slow, low-stakes journey where you take a lot of time and you manually go everywhere. I feel like you have to have a very particular blend of quests and goals and things that happen on the way, and like world systems and depth and variety to kind of keep that interesting. And a scale of a world where it's like you can't just make a world that's like infinitely big, right? It's just gonna get old, right? You can't populate it very well. And then all that doesn't quite work out in the first game, so it's like, but they could get closer, right? There's things they can do. In the DLC, they just kind of alleviate some of it with infinite warps and shit like that. But in this, it's like, just like barely, almost no like steps forward, really. I mean, there's probably some here and there that, I mean, somebody could counter that with, but it's mostly like a lot of the same stuff, and in a lot of ways it's a downgrade in quality of life. I found myself never really strategizing on enemies, learning how they worked like in the first game. Like I said, I found the precision of everything to be less interesting. A lot of enemies kind of just gyrate around. I don't find them to be super interesting. The world systems, like how stealth works, or how you like the law and all that kind of shit works, and NPC flags and quest lines and how those are like rewarded, and the sandbox nature of all that's once again still just kind of there. And it doesn't have to be crazy. It could just be like a JRPG where you just do quests and stuff, but they like kind of try to do it, and like it just ends up looking really sloppy and shitty. And they did the same thing in the first game, but they just do that again here. Which, hey man, I could get past all the world systems being kind of shitty if the sandbox nature of like combat, and the enemy variety, and the feeling of travel, and what I could find, and all that was stronger. I mean, yes, having a nice at least setup definitely helps fuel the journey, right? I think the first game had a better setup. You could say it's the same story, but in the first game, you didn't know what was going on. You're just like, damn, this big-ass dragon just came down, and he's gonna fuck my shit up. And then he summons all these evil guys, like, he's gonna summon the Hydra. He's like, whoa, there's a Hydra. In this, like, the Medusa shows up, and he's fight it, but, like, you know the fucking Hydra's, like, has something to do with the dragon, and, you know, you start in a much more atmospheric location and stuff, and it's you know, you end up going to, like, forest and stuff really quickly, and see all sorts of different types of enemies, and it has a nice setup. It ends up just being kind of whatever by the end of it, but it at least starts you with small scale and working your way up to like bigger stuff as you help the kingdom out and become a bigger deal. There's like little bits of cults and intrigue and shit, and they're all pretty sloppily done, but in this it's just like, I don't think it has that atmosphere. I don't think it has a setup, because you just know how the world works. The dragon and Arisen are part of like a cycle where you become like the leader of like the god of this world essentially after you kill it, and it's like, so you already know exactly what's going on with them. So it's like, how do you like bring back in the mystique and shit? It's like you don't really do it unless you like mix up the story. So it's more about just what you see right there on the spot, or characters or something, and they just don't do anything with it. So I find really the atmosphere and the story and the setup to be just much worse. And then that affects the immersion and like the exploration, right? When you have a purpose, when the world, there's something you want to uncover or discover about the world, right? Like, you know, that's kind of important. Even if it's not huge, it's like it's there in the back of your mind, just a little bit, right? So I would have preferred almost if the game had like no story and it was just like, you just like talk to people and it's very sandboxy and you just like learn about the world and have these events happen, and you just kind of have to puzzle out how to put them all together and end up at the end of the game. That they try to do these character moments, and it's still very like Ubisoft, kind of typical open world, like quest focused, warping the quests back and forth. I think it just kind of goes against the flow of kind of a sandbox sort of world. I mean, you think more like a Breath of the Wild or like a Elden Ring or something, you know, those are kind of okay examples, right? Where you just kind of like go do stuff and it's more player driven and focused and fueled. While that is the case with this on your way to places and finding side stuff, like it's mostly pretty tied into the story and the story's kind of shit, so I think that affects exploration for sure. And it really just should have been way better. I mean, that's the big thing, is like, it just there's just it should have just been way better. I'm not even asking for like the unbelievable, like it's some god game. It's just like I said when I was playing Dragon's Dogma 1, I was like, there's like no way this could be worse. Like I was like, it's just no way. Because the first one has so many gimme improvements, right? And like they don't need to just like bleed budget. Like there's just like little things like, you know, it's just, but it's just, it kind of is. It's kind of surprising. It's baffling. It's kind of either on par or worse. And maybe that's just because I'm like, I just played the first one, so the novelty is just not here, right? Like climbing like a Cyclops, I did that what 10 million times in the first game. It doesn't mean anything unless there's new ways to do it, and in this game there's less ways, I would say. So it's odd. So those systems, I don't know, we could talk about them all day. It's very complicated but interesting. I think combat, that's one where people probably are like, oh, what are you talking about, the combat's great. Like I said, I don't care for the precision of it as much. Maybe other classes are better, but it's a lot of like sluggish movement that's very tied to animations, looking all fucking pretty, I guess. A lot of like latching onto enemies. Just like, you know, it just warps you around. Very context driven, which ends up sometimes giving you less of a feeling of control, right? When like, so you're thinking like, you know, some people would use a Souls game as an example. You know, you attack, or like a fighting game, right? You attack, you move 1 foot forward, and you hit like 3 frames out or some shit, right? In this, it's like you're just warping around. It's like a God of War, like a Horizon. And a lot of times those kind of systems can feel like shit, depending on how how it works. If there's a lot of other systems that play there, like combos and all this cool stuff, like it's nothing wrong with like attaching yourself to stuff. But the problem in this is you mostly just spam one button. So like not even having like a level of depth to like spamming that button, like having to kind of aim it or be in this general region, you know, and kind of, you know, like I can, like I said, in the first game, I could do like a double jump and then stab down and like precisely hit like the tail of like a Saurian every time. Like I could get really good at it, or I could just kill the Saurian in like 2 seconds through sheer just like mastery of just like normal attacks. I can't do anything like that. Because like you try to do stuff like that and you just like warp to the guy, or you just fucking like, you know, you're just grabbing them and stuff. And I think some of that's cool. I do like the new tackle stuff on the thief and all that. So that when I say precision, I mean that. And maybe that's bullshit. Maybe some people would disagree. Maybe it depends on the class. But I definitely found I cared less about the minute-to-minute nuances of combat. But my big problems with combat are the fucking skills. It is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. There is only 4 skills that you can equip. Musros do better than that these days. It's actually bizarre. like it's like somebody was purposely trying to fuck this combat. You get like 15 skills per dude and you can equip 4. Like, bro, I could just switch to anything I want, right? Like build it up more, man. Like let the augments be really different. Let it change my play style. Let me equip 8 skills, feel like that class, right? Don't do shit like, hey, we removed the double jump and put it on a button and it feels shittier and looks shittier and now you only have 3 skills. Like, fuck that shit, dude. It's stupid, man. Like, hey, here's a class where you got like, what was it, the warfare or whatever the fuck it is? Where you have like 4, but you have to use 1 to switch weapons, and then it's like you just have like 3 after that. It's like, what in the fuck? Like in the last game, you could get like 8, depending on if you had a dual weapon class, and it wasn't that interesting always, but like, there was something. Like, how do you go back on that, man? How do you have less skills? Like, I would use the stealth a little bit. I would maybe use like defensive cooldowns a little bit, or like, you know, like your balancing thing is like, if you don't want to throw cooldowns in, that's fine. It's your stamina or something, right? Or just, it's general usefulness. I'm not going to stealth in the middle of combat. You know, I only need to steal once. So, like, that's it. I can't abuse them. They're just there. Does it flavor my play style more? Like, not really. Do I feel like, ooh, I play as a different kind of thief? No, they're not that radically different. Oh, I do damage. Oh no, I play a thief that just jumps around. Like, it doesn't do it. Like, I mean, I have a stealth button that I sometimes use. I'm like, that's not like a distinct way you can play. It's useless, right? Like, so those kinds of skills that are just fucking useless, that could be used at least in a very like fringe utility kind of way, should just be something you can always do. Or just let me equip 8 skill. Or God forbid, we borrowed from like games 20, 30 years ago, like FFT or something, where it's like I could adjust classes. I was like, ooh, this class, I could equip 2 really interesting things or like a move or something on this class. And maybe they don't want to do that. It might erode class identity. That's fine. They have the augments. That's probably enough. Make them better. They're really like just lame. Like, you can hold on to the guy for 2 more seconds. You might get a little more gold. Also, when you are getting grabbed by an enemy, your stamina drains slower. Like, how many times are you getting grabbed, brother? Like, I mean, that's, you're gonna put that on. Like, these suck, right? They suck ass. Like, they don't define a play style. They don't change how you play. They're just like little min-max things. And it was the same way in the first game. Like, just why? Like, that's the part where you could. And in this game, you can actually switch to all these different jobs, and I think that's a cool thing. Your stats kind of they don't change, I guess, when you swap classes, but they do have a better curve, and they can all max out at some point. You can't just swap, essentially. Not great, but like you can just swap and play all the classes. Just like, well, then let me make more cool augments. Give me like 8 skills. Like, the combat's not that deep. Like, it's flashy and all that. I mean, and the thing is, like, maybe I wouldn't care about that stuff if like just the climbing and like the puzzling of enemies, like, and all that was cooler. Like, there's more environmental stuff I can use. Maybe I could throw shit at guys certain ways. I feel like I cared more about that in the first game. Like I said, like with the Hydra, where you're chopping heads off, then cauterizing them, or shooting them in the mouth. I was like, I just felt like I walked up and spammed on these guys, man. I was like, it's like Muso shit. Like, I mean, maybe some classes are a little different, but... So, I found that to be baffling. I never noticed any of those skills. We moved a bunch of skills to the core kit. Yeah, that's the thing, is they needed to move some of those to the core kit, and then more. Like, like that's how rough it was in the first one. Like, it was still fun, but... So, I don't know. That was my thing. Isn't the first game, yeah, you know, I didn't get to use all the skills all that much either, but... like I said, it did have a little bit more precision. I found that a little bit more fun over time. I also played Assassin, which was just fun. I think most people think that's one of the funnest classes. Probably because it has options. Probably because you can use a bow and get on dudes and climb them and be melee and shit. Like fucking 1+1, man. The staggering, yeah, I don't know how I feel about the staggering in combat. The idea of getting knocked down or grabbed or something is like inherently fine. I mean, it could be more immersive. It can be a way of like punishing, having different attacks have different like outcomes on you. But yeah, some of the enemies staggering you or chain staggering you, or you essentially going from 100 to nothing and having really little counterplay, like I don't mind it if the attacks feel like, you know, they're telegraphed nice, I can see them, that kind of thing. And not because it's just dark, but because like they're not stuck in a bush or behind a rock hitting me, or there's thousands of guys on the screen, or the FPS is too low. And I found myself sometimes being like, you know, I don't really like sitting on the ground for 20 seconds at a time because like a mob of dudes attacked me from within a bush that I couldn't see. And then I was just like, I didn't hate the stagger that much, but I never was like, wow, this is fun, or it's interesting to stagger. There was a button I was supposed to be able to press to get out of staggers, if I pressed X, so there's some stuff there. I think that kind of thing can be cool, but yeah, I don't know, it was one of those where I was like, they kind of just changed that, and I don't really feel like it added much, but it wasn't my biggest problem. Yeah, I got 100 to nothing a few times. Despite that, I would say this game's very easy. Now the first game had an issue with like health sponge enemies, even when you kept up with your gear as much as you could and shit. And part of that was the shitty stamina or the stat system. But since I was playing assassin, I mean, I had pretty good damage. But it also had this formula where it's like flat defense versus flat attack. So small attacks are going to do less in the long run if it's closer to the amount. All that kind of shit depending on speed. So that could make a big difference depending on when you got certain gear, where other classes probably don't have an issue with. But even then, I would say that despite the first game having issues with the formula and with the stat system and all that stuff, it's like I still feel like I learned enemies a bit more, spent some more time on them, or they were just more difficult. Not just they one-shot me, but like I had to do a little bit more. I had to like kind of do a little bit more planning. Like in this game, the ogres are a great example. Or the trolls, cave trolls, the horny ones. In the original game, I get on their back, I stab them a few times, they are gonna fucking jump backwards and smack me on the ground or just like grab me. In this game, I could just sit there. Like it wasn't a big deal. Like there's all sorts of shit like that. It's just like I feel like just enemies just turn into kind of like punching bags. Despite taking less time to kill in this than the first game, they come across as a lot more mindless. So I don't know. Even these returning enemies end up feeling a little bit more neutered. Yeah, I mean the Beholder, no, he was in post-game, wasn't he? I mean look, if they don't want to bring back all the enemies, that's fine. I think the only reason we get annoyed that they didn't bring back Beholder and stuff is because there's just not enough enemy variety in the first place. Like, I mean, imagine this. You know, what is this game? Have like 15 fucking enemies or something? You know, let's say the first game had 20 and this has like 15 or something. Like, if it was like 15 all new enemies that really neat from the first game, like, I feel like we'd be a lot less hard on it. The problem is that the enemy variety in this game sucks, man. And that's one of the strong points of the game, is like fighting these big guys and jumping on them and learning how to fight them and seeing them kind of interact with the world and kind of sandboxing it a little bit. I mean, that's another problem with the skills. It's just it's all compounds. You don't have extra skills, so there's less sandboxing. Like, I can't stealth, so that can never be part of my sandbox kit, right? Like, because it's just not worth putting on, right? Like maybe there's times I would want to use certain things and it would be really interesting and useful and I could play with the environment. So the problem is, you have fucking less enemies. That means there's less of that sandboxing, less enemies that can interact with each other, less things that you can kind of flex your class or identity on. And then, like, most of them are just from the first game too. Like, it's just goblins that die in 2 seconds, and bandits and wolves, and those are fine to have in a fantasy game, of course, but like that's most of it. It's still just like ogres, cave trolls or whatever, and like cyclops everywhere. There's a few minotaurs, I guess. You see whites a bit more than you did in the first game, but like it's still just them. And a lot of them have the same moves or less moves. Like a lot of the dragons just do the same thing as they did in the original game. I don't know. It was I think if they just had a new set of dudes, it would have been one thing. Especially big bosses, but I think really having all of the systems work better, like having more options to fight a Cyclops, having the Cyclops do a little bit more, and having it feel good, to me matters a lot more than just the Cyclops not being in. So I'm fine with them reusing guys, it just needed to be done right. And then on top of that, you do want some new shit. But like if you're gonna reuse those, I mean, it's whatever, it's a classic enemy. Like you're gonna have goblins, of course you're gonna have goblins. Problem is, like, I just did a fucking 90 to 100 hour game where I fought Saurians for half of the game, right? And now I just played a game for 40 hours that was 30 hours of Saurians, and it's like, you know, I mean, they didn't play, I had less fun fighting them in this. So it's like, I mean, what was really the deal? What was really the point, man? Like, let's just do something else at that point. Yeah, didn't they get rid of some of the high tier spells, like dark spells and light spells and shit? I'm fine with them getting rid of those if what's there feels really good and they've really refined it. And like I said, it's more receptive. Like the idea that you could like climb up ice and then jump off, that's cool. Like more stuff like that. But like it's not really that useful and it doesn't happen that often probably. Or that you could like pick up ice blocks and throw them at people. And it's like, that's a cool idea. More stuff like that where there's like a sandbox to it. Like emergent gameplay and all that kind of crap. But like it's just not really how it works. So all it does is just feel like they just got rid of shit. Like this is what I'm saying. You can get rid of shit, but what's there needs to be, you know, awesome, right? Like, but the problem is they don't make it awesome, and then you see there's not being shit, right? Because sheer variety, even if it's low quality, would be fine too, I guess. But at the end of the day, it's like just good quality would be probably enough for people as well. So, like, let's be real, the Dullahan and the Medusa and shit, like, they weren't that fucking interesting, and they're pretty rare. At least the Medusa is. So it's like, what's up, man? Yeah, I can't really speak for all the other classes. I messed around with a few, but I mostly just jumped into Thief and kind of just was sad it wasn't Assassin. That was another little gripe I had too, is it was less interesting to like move around. Not just that it feels sluggish and your stamina is like way more annoying in this than the first game. But more like they don't hide anything in like high up places because less things have the ability to climb. There's less like exclusive like hidden loot hiding around. I mean, it wasn't good loot in the original, but it was kind of fun being like, wow, I could just go anywhere and they will have something there. Like, that's cool they thought of that. And it's just kind of cool to do that. Yeah, that was like a nice pace breaker sometimes. Like I would just climb and there'd be stuff there. This kind of, I mean, it has that a bit. Like you can mantle and I can kind of do like wall jumps and stuff, but I found it a lot less rewarding. I mean, the areas are also trying to go for a little bit more of like a realism, I suppose, instead of like a gamey like platforming dungeon or something. But like, I don't know, man. I mean, you know, it's some of that's fun. So that was a little thing I thought was kind of disappointing. But I didn't walk over every inch of the map either. Yeah. I don't know. The idea of not like reusing the Medusa over and over is fine if you imagine it like an actual like myth or something. Like, wow, there's just the Medusa in a cave somewhere. You know, if that was everywhere, like I could just explore and I might find a unique, really cool enemy around the corner. Like that's a lot of effort they got to put into that thing to not reuse it. Well, like, I mean, that's the dream, right? But the problem is that's not what happens. So like, you should probably reuse the Medusa so I can get some variety, at least. Like that's the bandage. Like you can't just make millions of enemies probably. So like you're gonna have to reuse a few. It's better than fighting Saurians all the time. Or you make the rewards worth it, or you know, make finding the Medusa and getting to her and a huge area in quest chain of honor. Maybe who knows? Like make it worth the one time you fight her. Like you could say the Sphinx was kind of like that. I think the Sphinx was cute. I mean, it wasn't riddles. They're all pretty lame, goofy. But like the idea of it was neat. Like imagine that, like you're fighting, there's all sorts of different things. There's like the Sphinx doing weird shit, and then there's the Medusa out there and she's like hidden, and there's this whole thing behind it, and that's like peppered throughout the world. But it's like, it's not really how it is. It wasn't how it was in the first one, it's not how it is in this one. It's like 1,000 like ogres and stuff and Cyclops. That's asking for a lot on budget and all that. I mean, I would take a game that looked way worse than this and was much, much smaller and didn't try to do anything with story, and all that money went into like enemy and sandbox stuff. But that's not what sells, I guess. It was much more marketable to show the Sphinx and all these cutscenes and characters on the front end that you never even fucking interact with hardly. Who knows? To your left, Trickster is usually actually a dead class. Warfare is useless. Spearhand is neat. Yeah, I was kind of hoping there would be like a spear this class that wasn't like a dual spear thing. Like just what a classic weapon. Like that guy's carrying a spear. just a spear. I want to make like an Amazon. Like this guy's wearing a spear. Where's my spear? Or like a spear and there's like a shield or something. I don't know. I mean, that's another thing. It's just classes, right? Like it sucks when you have less classes, or at least the same amount of classes, but the ones you like aren't in, and they don't really combine a lot of those in a satisfying way, or the new ones are like useless. Once again, if all of these classes were really good, I don't think missing one of the old ones would be a big problem. But because a lot of these are kind of shit, or in some ways the combat's lacking here and there, you're like, well, fuck. Well, I wish this was in at least, right? At least you can, you know, I can get my thing in. It's just like, no. Funny, like in reality, a spear's like the Giga weapon. But maybe it's just hard to use, I don't know. Or hard to make for in a game. But yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I was just trying to go for the big Amazon. I just do the big thief, I guess, every time. But yeah, I mean, that's not a huge deal. Stuff like the character creator, I guess, was improved. I think you lose a little bit of charm, though, in this. You can't make, like, a small little munchkin freak with, like, really goofy, auto-tuned, like, filtered voice and all that stuff. A little bit you can, and I get you want to maybe make that more immersive by not having it be as goofy. So if you really liked that part of it, like some repetitive lines and the charm of like being able to make a monstrosity, I mean, you still can make monstrosities, but kind of not as readily there. But I still feel like the character creator is pretty good. I didn't get to make exactly what I wanted, which sucked, but it was pretty close. There's a lot of options. They looked a lot better. The first game, you looked disgusting. So in this, you could make them disgusting, but you could also make them look halfway decent, right? So I don't know. That was all right. Didn't get to make exactly what I wanted, but that was at least like an improvement, I would say. Unless you really like the goofy Freakazoid thing. I kind of talked about the pawn system again. That was another thing that had a lot of maybe potential. In this, I found the AI to be pretty shit. They were very good about just killing enemies and just kind of existing, but I really never noticed them do anything special. And like I said, the systems didn't really interplay in any interesting way. Like we didn't like do any cool combos, or they didn't set me up for anything neat. You know, there was no like feeling of cooperation as much, other than just like a heal here and there. You know, on the Talos, like they would pick you up, they'd catch you if you fell, but I mean that's just like a setup auto thing, so I kind of wish they had a bit more of that. Maybe I just didn't play with the right classes. Co-op is dead. Oh, I don't mean player co-op, I'm just talking the pawns. I guess this isn't a player game. No, you just mean the idea of them working together. I mean, I don't know. You have a tank in this, you have healers and stuff and support skills. They just needed to lean into it in a more interesting way. You have an ability for the pawn to launch you into the air. Let me command it. Let me turn it on when I'm playing with the fighter. Let him do it a little bit more, maybe. I don't know. Stuff like that. Like, there's stuff that exists. It's just the AI doesn't use it, or the enemies, the systems just don't have enough of that going on, right? Like, you can tell your pawn to, like, pull a winch for you. Or, you know, there's the ballista where the pawns can have to be on there to, like, move it. Like, there's little bits of it. You can see little bits. It's just not, like, a whole lot. It's not meaningful. You don't make a lot of decisions based on it. It's just like, oh, yeah, that kind of happened occasionally. And that's just kind of it. More of that would be kind of neat. Otherwise, I feel like the pawn AI was really bad at pathfinding. I think in combat, they weren't as atrociously bad as they were in the first game. The first game, the personality system could get so fucked, and it was so poorly explained and so hard to manipulate that most pawns you would get, even your own, would just end up like just like not fighting, or just like moving around weird or doing goofy shit. And so in this, they just make it so that the pawns just learn general things. Like I said, I don't think I ever had to strategize on any of these fights. Like, pawns would be like, ooh, you could cauterize the wound on the Hydra. I'm like, oh, really? That's interesting. And then this, it's like, I never heard a damn word of anything. And I played this a month after it came out, so it's not because the community hasn't discovered shit. So it's good that they got rid of some of the fucked personality shit. Because that was just made pawns horrible, but I don't find the pawns to be like super tight or customizable or super interesting and how they interact with you and interplay into the combat and stuff. But yeah, their pathfinding's bad. They just get stuck on shit all the time. I have to go like grab them and throw them down, or they'll walk off of cliffs more. I don't think that happened that much in the first game. Like, it wasn't great. Like, the escorts could be kind of bad. I feel like they're worse in this, but I feel like the pathfinding got worse. So Pawn will vanish from existence. Yeah, it's... I mean, you could say, well, it's probably the pathfinding's worse because the locations are more complicated, right? There's more ridges and rocks and stuff in the way, and I was like, yeah, probably. So now you got a problem, right? Like, I mean, fucking fix it, or fucking change the geography, or fucking, you know, like, give me the option of, like, I mean, in this they give you the ability to like warp your pawn when you say this way, but it's not consistent. Like, just give me some shitty bandage like that, which is not immersive. You lose something, but like, hey, at least it's something. So that's a problem. Or remove the punishment for pawns falling off of shit. That's not immersive either, but, you know. I mean, the best thing would be just to improve the fucking AI, but I mean, you know, maybe that's beyond the ability of them to do in a world that's crazy with this engine. I have no idea. Yeah, the ladders. Like I said, there wasn't that much to like climb up and find and explore. I mean, there is stuff for sure. I mean, we have people talk about modding the game to, you know, fairy stone a bunch and then, you know, put all the magic metals on the map. It's like, yeah, you'd probably find some interesting locations. There's probably some little vistas and stuff that are worth seeing, but yeah, how that just kind of appears naturally without kind of any extra goading, and the rewards involved and stuff, it's just not really there. And, you know, obviously the jumping around and finding hidden stuff is much worse. Like, actually wall jumping and using that weird, like, semi-double jump felt so bad. Like, you have so little hang time when you use that. Like, it's almost useless on bosses. I never wanted to use it. Or if it just launched me up and I was like, whoa, and I have to, like, kind of grab the guy, that'd be kind of neat, right? Like, make it fun. Like, make the enemies more deadly if you want to balance it. I'd rather have it be fun and easy than, like, boring and hard or something. But what it is, it's just kind of like, and then also easy. Yeah, exactly. That's one thing I guess people complain about in the first game is repetitive lines. I didn't have a problem with the repetitive lines. They could get pretty funny. That was part of the charm. This, they are repetitive in a way. Still, but they also have like no charm really. Like, they'll say some stuff here and there and you're like, oh yeah, that's his personality, I guess. But they don't, like I said, they don't have enough to teach you about enemies and the quests and stuff. But they also don't have like a goofiness to them like they did before. Like, they'll tell you about like occasional collectibles and ladders and stuff, but it's pretty useless. I mean, it's good they'll go like grab stuff and you could change their personalities to like maybe adjust your inventory, but it needed to be much more robust. It ends up still being very like in the background, but also even less noticeable in areas where it was kind of at the foreground in the first game. All the ideas, yeah, other players from their world, but I don't even know if that's learned shit or if they just spout bullshit. Yeah, because you have no idea. Like, I mean, I never caught one saying two contradictory things, so I couldn't catch like the illusion there, but it could be, right? But I mean, hey, an illusion's fine too, right? So if you can never know that they're lying, it's like, eh. Oh yeah, males talking about only higher end, yeah, that's for sure. I mean, maybe, I guess when they say hire, maybe they mean not their main pawn. I don't know. But yeah. I don't know. That was another thing too, is like tooltips and quest explanations and stuff like that were pretty lying. I think that gets into another thing, is just polish. It's really unpolished too. Little buggy interactions, or quests that aren't quite described right, or flags that are not set right, or you can like start quests halfway through and it acts like you know the story of them, and like there's just all sorts of buggy shit. Like a lot of like the framing of cutscenes and stuff looks really sloppy, or you're like 20 miles away, or not even in frame at all. Stuff like that, where it just like in the first game it had a charm because it was the jank. You kind of got like what it was at the time, and like I said, it did certain things well enough, it wasn't a big deal. But in this, it's like, it's been 12 years, like you're not seeing upgrades in a lot of places, and still on top of that there's a lot of just this unpolished kind of vibe to everything. It's like people will call it, like Euro jank. People like that. They're like, it can be cool. Bethesda games are insanely janky, right? And Bethesda games generally suck now, but like, there's a time where they're actually, you know, despite the jank, really good, right? Like it can be fine. The first game is very janky, but still neat. It has its positives. Like this though, I didn't find the jank to be interesting. I found the negatives to only be fun with like the Sphinx and to just talk about them. Not endearing usually. The first game, some of the jank was endearing, but this, the polish was just like, come on, man. And I think it's because there wasn't enough, in my opinion, like good stuff to lean on, right? People liked jank in old Bethesda games because there was something good, and that you're just like, oh, that's okay, you know. It's part of the charm. And this, it's just like, all right, man. Like, there's, I need something, and then it also feels like really unpolished. It feels kind of like a 1-2 punch in a way. So. No problem with that, I suppose. We talked about the story. I mean, I talked about it. It's very slipshod. It's way too focused on this political thing, which was okay for a bit, and then it kind of goes nowhere. Cutscenes that end too quickly, characters that get introduced that just disappear, bum rushing through areas, and then all of a sudden being at the end of the game and stuff like that. It's paced horribly, with no characters, and then it over relies on exposition, but it also has no mystique or setup hardly, especially if you played the first game, because all that's gonna be very familiar. And they barely subvert it or change anything or expand on it. Like, yes, you like remove this world from, I guess, the story from the Dragon's Dogma thing or whatever, but like, I mean, that's such an end part of this. It has very little like meaning or like hints or I don't know, like very little meat to it as you go. It's just kind of something that just sort of happens, right? It's like the, ooh, I woke up from the dream at the end, but like none of that was happening throughout the game, so it just kind of feels like whatever. It can be fine if there's something else going on, but like most of it was just dog food, right? Like I said, if it was just like less story, more player driven stuff, more sandbox focused, that'd probably be okay. That's how the first game almost felt. Like it was a setup, and then there's like some light cutscenes here and there, but it felt mostly like you're just like existing in this low fantasy, dark fantasy world. This has more story and cutscenes, but it ends up just kind of, like I said, I feel like it kind of takes control too much and removes some of that player agency. And gives you nothing back except crap. It's a worse story than the first game, and the story of the first game's not good, so yeah, like I said, pacing issues, character issues. I mean, like I said, it's not the biggest deal, but it does fuel the adventure. And it's something where that's how you end it on. Yeah, that's how you end it. Like that's the end of the game. That's the last thing you're gonna remember. That kind of deal. And while I didn't hate the Unmoored Lands, people were talking up the post-game like it was going to be horrible. Story-wise, it definitely was kind of whatever. I liked the idea of like being in this like weird, almost dimension away from God kind of thing, going against like a greater power and all that. But I wish that idea was capitalized on more. having to run around the world and like meeting all your people again and helping them and saving them in this like dark world. That's a cool idea. The first game kind of does it. Most JRPGs kind of do it, but like it's nothing fresh. But you know, if I cared more about the characters and the locations and stuff, that'd be a bit more exciting, I guess. Having special bosses and stuff. I wouldn't even really call it a post game. It's just kind of like the next part of the game. But oh well, yeah. Yeah, I talked about itemization. Consumables were useless. I barely used them. I barely used them in the first game, but I did have to use a few here and there. Stuff like debilitations just don't happen often enough that I need to carry shit around, and weight's still really, really fucking pain in the ass. I like the idea of having collectibles that up your permanent weight allowance. I think that's cute. It makes an annoying thing become less annoying, and it also rewards exploration in a way. It wasn't enough to make me want to go do an extra 50 hours or anything, but it was nice finding one. But yeah, the menus are worse, that I can't equip out of menus, that I can't auto-deposit certain things. Taking stuff in and out and selling shit out of, you know, the box doesn't work. I get it from an immersion standpoint if it was me really like taking out everything, making my way over. I only handled, you know, I could only carry 2 lizard skins at once before I went back to town, but they were worth something, right? No, I'm grabbing thousands of items at all times. That's not what you would actually do in this situation. You wouldn't walk around with a warehouse full of items. You have to give me a system to manage something that's clearly just more gamey and not immersive. And like they kind of did that in Dark Arisen, but like then they like take it away in this. It's just kind of goofy. Like, so it's not good. It makes me care less about fucking around in the menus and messing with it. I think an example of that was best example of that I can think of in recent memory was that one guy who made a JRPG. It was just one dude. What was it called? Played it not that long ago. It was the one where you had like max, but also you just walk around. Anyways, there was a system that was so bad, the quality of life was so bad, I didn't even engage with an entire part of the equipment system. And it's like, it makes a difference. Like, it's not just a matter of patience and stuff. Like, you can have it be so bad and such a waste of time and feel so shitty that you just don't want to mess with it at all. I think in turn-based games, menus matter a lot more because you spend more time in them. But like, it's still nice to be able to, like, nobody wants to just sit there and fuck with their menus. And like, you want to go out and do shit. It can be fun min-maxing and all that, and you know, looking over your equipment and you know, maybe planning your you know, ooh, what all do I need to go on this adventure, right? Like you would in like a stalker or something. Like, okay, you know, I need this much, I probably need this much ammo, I need this kind of food, this kind of space for artifacts, you know, I'm probably gonna want a sniper, you know, here's my AK, I gotta, you know, I better fucking fix it up, let's put some silencers on it, and it'll be useful because the game works that way, and you're not gonna be gone that long, and you're not picking up that much loot. Or in this, it's just like, I don't feel like I'm prepping for a journey. I feel like I'm just grabbing all sorts of shit because I might need it, and maybe I won't, and then I just stop caring because I'm not upgrading that much anyways, because I'm just gonna buy something new in the next town, and I don't know. They did improve, I suppose, the combination system. It tells you all the recipes, but the problem is I need to use them even less in this game, so it's just completely ignorable, which means that most of the rewards you're picking up or upgrading your equipment or combining into potions and stuff are useless, so there's no feeling of reward from half of the exploration. All the shops having all of your big upgrades also means that any upgrades or items you find out in the field, which you do find sometimes, feel less important. Something like a Dragon Quest will give you stuff you buy at stores, shops, I was like, which word do I say? But also you'll find upgrades, or games will give you ways to upgrade your gear by finding stuff in the environment, or you can like tinker on them and customize them, and so they'll find a way to have an economy and have stores and have also exploration rewards, and it kind of works. Where this is just like, you just don't care like about a lot of that. So you like kind of just do it to find stuff, and it's like, well, a lot of it's caves. There's not, you've already seen, like, even just in my 33-hour playthrough, I saw all the enemies, pretty much, right? There was like, I don't think I fought a lich, I saw a lich. So it's like, you're not finding a whole lot of enemies. The writing's not that good, so it's like, the quests kind of need to be more about, like, you know, vistas and set pieces, and there are more vistas and, you know, interesting locations in this, but how you interact with them, like I said, there's not as much sandbox stuff, or different ways to fight the same guys to make them more fun, you know, to warrant the low enemy variety. It's just like, you know, that's another example. Like, people bitch about Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, bad enemy variety, and it's true, but in those, there's a lot more things you can do to the enemies. So it's like, you could kind of get over it a little bit easier if you're creative. But in this, it's like, I feel like there's even less. So it all compounds. It all feeds into. That's the thing with an RPG, is like all the systems interplay, and while some of them technically matter a little less than others, there's so many out there that unless you have a very cool novelty like the first game did, it's really about how you kind of like, I feel like, execute on all those systems being put together. And easier said than done for sure, but that's where we're at. You could go play something like really godly that's similar, right? So. What was memorable about Dragon's Dogma 1 was the potential and stuff, and kind of the level of execution being decent for what it was at the time. And I just don't, I think at the end of the day, this just does not, it doesn't capitalize on any of it. It runs into the same mistakes or makes them worse. And I don't think anything new they put in there is really a bit more than set dressing or just a touch of spice. It's not food analogy. It's not changing the meal. It's still rotten. You just put some pepper on it, you know, or some shit, right? Like, that's kind of just how it feels. So, you know, if you, there's nothing wrong with enjoying it. It's cool. There's a lot. There's still a lot to like here. And if this is just your kind of like setting and all that stuff, and you know, just that general action combat, still very novel and shit. It's like, all right. I don't know. I would see that. I'd play another one. I'd be willing to see what they did. I won't be touching a DLC. I think the cope of it's gonna get good in the DLC is kind of sad. Like, that's not where we should really be at with games, man. Like, could it get better in the DLC? Sure. You're not gonna change the fundamentals much in the world, but I don't know, man. It feels kind of like being strung along, like kind of just a sad, like, oh, you know, the next 30, I'll give them $30 more and then it'll be good. Like, really? They had so much to learn from Dragon's Dogma 2 and Dragon's Dogma 1 and Dark Arisen. Like, come on, man. You know. Yes, if it did just end up being good, awesome. I'd play another one if it just was cool too. You know, I'm sure there's plenty of passion in this. It feels unfinished, less so than the first one, but still very, like, there was probably some weird shit going on. But also, there was just so many gimmies in this that I feel like they just might not have it, man. I think maybe this is just the peak. This is what they can do, right? Unless other people start handling it. Or maybe they just started making the same game as the first game and then they ran into the same issues and then never got to go past that. Like, oh, well, let's just get all that Dragon's Dogma stuff in there, and they're like, oh, now we got to release it. Whoop. You know. I don't know. I couldn't imagine. Obviously, we're not there in the dev room. But at this point, I don't think it's just sabotage. I don't think it's acceptable to just say the DLC is going to fix it. I mean, I'm glad there's mods that make it better, for sure. That's awesome. I mean, the community, if you're going to play this, and you're not going to sit here and pretentiously babble on about why the game's good or not, and you don't care that much about the original dev's vision for the final product, which, I mean, hell, this might not even be it anyways, just do it. Play with mods. It's probably the much better experience. But who knows? They had so much to pull from Dragon's Dogma Online to a lot of the worst stuff, and this is taken from online, yeah. Yeah, and like I said, it's not all bad. Like I like the grappling and stuff like that, and you know, and some of the visuals and location variety is a little better. And you know, it was cool seeing those new enemies. But it's like one of those things. It's like I like these things with like a caveat. It's like a one step forward and one step back kind of thing, you know. Oh, the Sphinx is online? Oh, I didn't know that. It was ballsy of them just to have the Sphinx be just a side quest hidden away, but that also kind of made it neat. So, I mean, that kind of thing's cool. Like, ooh, I go into this area in the north that I heard rumors about, and then there's stuff in there, and then there's more stuff, and then there's even more stuff, and then there's the Sphinx. Oh my god, that's cool. Like, that could be cool. Think of like Elden Ring or something. It's like, oh, I take an elevator, and then all of a sudden, I'm in an entirely new world with like stars and on top of the sky, but even though I'm underground, all this shit. It's like just like stuff that just surprises you all the time, right? Like, there's not a whole lot of that in this. I think you could see them like try. It's like Dragon's Dogma 1. You could see like the idea, the framework of it, but it doesn't like come together. Like, oh, this guy in town just mentions a rumor of something. It doesn't feel immersive. It doesn't feel like I'm just like, you know, I'm in the pub, I'm learning some shit, and you know, I'm running around and I'm hearing noises and there's stuff going on. It just feels like, hey man, here's the quest or here's the location to go, and you just kind of go there. And like, it still is kind of hidden away. I like the Sphinx thing. I like that's if the whole world was full of that kind of shit. But like, you just see the idea. You see the framework of what they're trying to do in a lot of ways. And it just doesn't come together. They're like, oh, we're gonna have political intrigue. And then it's like they just kind of like try a little bit and then they just throw it away, right? Like it's like the first game. It's like it's a lot of like, hey, this would be cool to have in a sandbox dark fantasy game. And then they just kind of like throw in like the fucking empty fucking like template. Like they threw the cookie tray in and they didn't put any batter in it, you know, that kind of thing, right? Like that's kind of how it feels. There's a Medusa in online too. I mean, those are cool ones to bring in. And seeing like a Medusa and like a Cyclops, and then also like, you know, non-Greek myths and stuff in there, and mixing together, it fits right. I mean, and seeing them big and they're crazy and they're making all this special noise, and you know, it's a cool thing. You know, more classic like fantasy kind of myths and stuff. And, it was something I liked about the first game. Right? You know, it's goblins. And that's cool to have just goblins, right? I mean, nowadays where it's like a lot of like, you know, genre, like, you know, let's reinvent genres and stuff. Sometimes it's kind of nice to have to come back to the basics and just do it right. And, you know, these are cool monsters for a reason, right? Like Hydra. And it's like, oh, what game do you get to like climb a Hydra and do all sorts of shit like that in, right? Like, not many. Definitely not with that kind of like sandbox nature, but like it just potential. Once again, I don't know. I'm talking in circles, probably a little bit better than usual. But if there's anything else you guys wanted to chit chat about, like I said, I'm not like ultra negative on it. I don't think it's just like beyond the pale, but I find it very disappointing. And I'm cool with just kind of being done with it. Part of it was that I played like almost 100% of the first game. And probably got kind of tired of it by the end. So this being what it is, probably it doesn't help. But a lot of it's I just put a lot of long stuff. I just find what's here to not be gripping enough. It's still cool. I get where people really love it. But yeah, I can see why this also has had a lot of lukewarm reception too. So it makes sense. Yeah, that's my thing. Is like, why this $9.99? I guess there's like New Game Plus, but I've heard New Game Plus changes like nothing. I'm not sure. Yeah, the post game. I mean, yeah, you could go fight those big dragons, but it's like, and buy some different gear here and there. But yeah, that kind of like grindable post game of the first one, which wasn't that great in the first place, is kind of not there. You don't have to have that. They don't want to do a post game with online elements where you grind loot, that's fine. But it's like, once again, if what's there is not good enough, you start asking, well, why isn't this there at least, you know? Because the first game had it, it's like, you know, like it's either give everybody everything or you give them something they didn't know they wanted that's better. or different, right? And it's like I just don't think they did either. So I think it's very easy to look at. Like, it just compounds. Yeah, I don't know why they got rid of that. That was a nice way to like kind of pull some of your outfits together visually. Because you could tie like, you know, like more black colors and stuff together. Some people say, oh, there should be like transmog slots. I like the idea of having class identity. I don't want to be like a thief that walks around in full plate. Granted, I was a thief that walked around in a tutu for a while. But I think if you're not gonna put in the armor variety, you're not gonna give people options to kind of adjust lightly, like maybe color, or like, you know, things like, yeah, like your undershirt or your, you know, your drawers or something, to kind of play with their aesthetics a bit. Because I mean, every one of these NPCs in this world technically is thinking about aesthetics a little, right? Like, it's a part of the world. If you can't mess with that stuff, if the armor's not good enough that on its own just to play around with within that class, just it's like the Eternal Fairy Stone. Just fucking put in the transmog system, dude. Like, just put it in. Like, at that point, like it's one of those things, like, yes, could it be more special and unique if you could make that class identity and light customization work? Where I'm like, ooh, I'm a thief that, like, you know, I hem my clothes slightly, you know, they look a little different. There's some different kind of trim, or like an undershirt, or, you know, or I dye it a certain kind of way. It's like, you know, if you're not gonna do that, just let me change to anything. Because it sucks going into a town being like, I'm wearing a tutu and my upgrade is a black hood, and I look like a fucking clown, man. It's not immersive. It's funny. You know, it's the rainbow warrior who has like the red pauldron and the blue shorts and the green boots and like, wow, kind of thing, right? Like, it's just the best stats. And I just find what they did here is just, it doesn't work on any front. Like, you can make yourself good and you can make some sacrifices for stats. I did. My headpiece, when we got into the end game was shit, but I was like, at least it matches my tutu or whatever, but it just doesn't. I think at that point you just give in. That's the stuff they could fix in a DLC, because you just slap it in real quick. You don't have to introduce new systems and assets and stuff, but you'd rather have the, you know, the undershirt that you could color and all that shit. The best game. Armor in the game is a core set. Equipable all classes, nothing at class. Yeah, they'll do shit like that, right? Like, oh, yeah, we care about our class identity and all that. Also, the best armor is equipable on everybody, and it's a core set, and it's just like, alright. Like, you might as well just let people transmog fully. At least then I'd want to buy more stuff and really get into customizing my character, which adds a lot to immersion. I get more invested when I get to customize my character. It's why there's a massive part of the industry that makes $1 bazillion off of skins and customization, because people like to do it. It helps them get attached. It's a pretty big deal. So not having that is totally fine, but what's there needs to kind of fill those gaps in immersion and stuff, and I just don't think it really does a whole lot here. It didn't in the first game either, but at least the stats were closer in that, where you could fuck around and do some other stuff. Now the problem in the first game is the stats of everything were so close for so long that it felt like you never upgraded a damn thing, so until once you really got into it, but it's a give and take, man. And that's why people make cosmetic slots and shit, is because then you can have both, but that's also pretty realistic. I don't know. It's probably really complicated making a sandbox RPG. The world systems, the gameplay, the combat, and the story, and all this stuff. And I'm not giving excuses or anything, but it's like, you know, probably there's a lot going on there, and I think people understand that when they play an RPG like this. It's like some of those elements aren't going to be 100%. Right? It's like an old Bethesda game. But yeah, I just don't think it's even that it's not even at that point in this. I'm not gonna bring up BG3, man. I did, but I'm not gonna say much more. But anyways, I think that's it. I think that's it for me. Kind of. Thank you guys for hanging out. Sorry for the people who are really into it, and I'm just shitting on it the whole time. Nothing personal. I had fun with it still. It's cool talking about it, and hopefully people will continue to enjoy it. I'll probably go watch some more of this. Become Sovereign of Vernworth. Do you become the Sovereign if you do more side quests or something? Probably. Oh, I didn't change those vocations. I just had to literally put them on instead of buy them. Probably too late now. Oh, you just fight the dragon, okay. How many people, like, experience the end of the cycle? So 14% of people did the true ending. 11% do normal, but you can go from normal into true ending. That doesn't mean anything. I'm just curious how many people actually finish this now that it's been like a month. Kind of like nobody has any of these. Yeah, well, thank you very much. It was great talking to you on it. One of the joys of playing it later than everybody is getting to chat about it. It's cool having people who liked it a lot, had a lot of knowledge on it. Having people who are a bit more critical. Mostly you and Merrick, but there's other people in here too. So. Good times. Every type of meat during the night and the day. The re-griffining. Boarded the Phantom Ox cart. Oh. A brawl break out in your dwelling among admirers. What the fuck? Dragon's Breath Tower. We missed a couple places. Not as much as you'd think for just for the achievements. They show up at your house, and if multiple show up, they start beating each other up. I see. I see. Cool. Man, do you remember this chick on the left? Yeah. That's a pretty great example. I feel like of why this game's fucked. On the promo art is a character that pretty much only shows up in a side quest once or twice. It's like all a big fucking, it's all smoke and mirrors, man. Alright guys, well thank you very much for watching. Probably start something. I've got work in like less than 4 hours. But I'm gonna see if we have that one game in the mail. I might come back and start that. Maybe The Space for the Unbound, is that what it was called? Yeah. That could be cool. I don't think I'm gonna have them send anything else to me until I finish The Space for the Unbound. I'm not starting right now. I got work. Wouldn't finish. Because we got Stellar Blade coming at some point in like a week or so. I need to go through Needy Streamer Overdose and Matrix Parabox before Steam changes some stuff. So those are probably going to be coming up. But as far as the next long ass game, probably gonna be Unicorn Overlord. I get that sent to me. Probably closer to the end of the month or next month. I might not do Sandland if it's shit. Endless Ocean Luminous comes out actually on the 2nd of May. I kind of probably need to play at least the first one before that. So maybe we'll do like a chill one of these weekends. Like a chill, like little ocean exploration thing. I don't know how long those are. It's probably going to be like a day or two piece. There's 2 of them and then that one. So we'll see what we can get through. Maybe that played a bit into me going through this quickly. Probably not. I usually don't. I usually go and do almost everything in every game. That's kind of how I like to play. That gets me most immersed. But this one I felt fine with what I did. Oh really? Yeah, I'm willing to take it off if it's fucked. I think Stellar Blade I'm gonna play either way. Like me a little action game. I want to play more Korean games. First. Why does it say first? Fucking be the first one to uninstall this game. Yeah, I have a feeling that it might be a little iffy, but we'll see. I don't know. We're getting to that point where I can start doing a little bit more on the backlog. Maybe some events and stuff. So I don't want to put in anything like kind of overly questionable. This one was really interesting to do, so I have fun with that. I don't think I'll be doing Ayuden Chronicles when it comes out. I don't know about maybe down the line, but what's leaving Game Pass? Ravenlock, Loot River, Besiege. Besiege was good. Pikuniku, 7 Days to Die. So we're good on that front. One of these days, some shit's gonna leave. We're good for now. Anyways, I'll be back possibly in a few minutes here for some more, but I don't have anything. I might start Parabox. Or I'll just chill. We'll see. I haven't decided. Thank you guys very much for watching and hanging out and talking and listening to me rail on it. I feel like hopefully I explained myself. Like I said, I know there's a lot of fans on this one. I didn't do as much as I normally would, which in a way could be kind of unfair, but it is what it is, man.